Good evening, everyone. This is a meeting of the South Kingstown Planning Board, a regular meeting. The date is Tuesday, January 27th, 2026. Our first agenda item is approval of minutes. We have minutes from November 20, 2025. Oh, sorry. Let's do roll call first. Susan Axelrod.
Here.
Liz Carp. Here. Joe Murphy. Here. Robin Pothier. Caper Wilson.
Here.
Armand Monaco. Here. And Maria Mack is here. Back to our minutes. Approval of minutes from November 20th, 2025 work session. November 25th, 2025 regular session. December 16th, 2025 regular session and work session. I would like to remove the minutes of November 25th for a correction. Does anyone else have anything? On the November 25th minutes, page 2, public hearing for conceptual master plan, comprehensive permit, lofts on fairgrounds. Second paragraph after that says that Ms. Mack stated that when pre-app was heard, the board was told there would be no housing, but what I actually said was that the housing would be subordinate to the primary industrial use. So if we could make that correction. If no one has any other additions or corrections, would someone like to make a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion from Caper. Do we have a second? Second from Liz. Any further comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. In the interests of all of those attending this evening, members of the public, applicants, staff, planning board members, we do have 3 public hearings this evening, 2 of which are likely to be somewhat lengthy. I would like to suggest to board members that we have a cutoff time of 10:30 this evening, because once we get into the later hours, it's no longer as productive for anyone involved. Does everyone agree with that? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Just a comment. I mean, I'm okay with the 10:30 cutoff as long as we pace the 3 meetings so that they will get, public hearings on each of them.
Yes, we always endeavor to do so. Our first public hearing, major land development, combined conceptual master plan and preliminary plan, 23 Rockland Drive. Is there anyone representing the applicant?
Yes. Good evening. For the record, my name is Eric Prevey, P-R-I-V as in Victor E. I'm a registered professional engineer with DePrete Engineering. Offices at 2 Stafford Court in Cranston, Rhode Island. Understanding there is a lengthy agenda tonight, I'll try to be brief yet concise. This is would normally be a minor subdivision. It's a 3-lot. It would normally be a minor subdivision, but because the applicant is requesting for flexible frontage, it pushes it to a major subdivision as well. So this is a combined master plan and preliminary plan stage for this project. We were here before the planning board back in August of 2025 with the pre-application, presented the materials and heard some feedback at that time. We were also granted permission to combine for a master plan and preliminary plan to combine the stages, given that public hearing would need to be done, and typically the type of information that would be required for you to do the assessments, even at the master plan stage, would be a bit redundant at the preliminary plan stage. So it seemed to make sense to provide all that information at once. So we're here tonight. The property itself is located at 23 Rockland Drive, known as Assessor's Plat 56-2, Lot 7. I'll just wait till it comes up. Thank you. It's a 1.3 acre parcel. This area is zoned R10, so 10,000 square foot per lot density. There's 52 feet of frontage along Rockland Drive. And that's located in the lower left corner, which is the southeast corner of the site. There is also frontage along the terminus of Hunt Avenue as well. There is an existing single-family house that's located on the property, and that house is serviced by by public water and a on-site wastewater treatment system. The Rockland side is serviced by municipal water and sewer. Some of the houses on the Hunt Ave side are by public water and on-site wastewater treatment systems. Just to the west as well, so the top side of this sheet here, there is a 28-acre parcel that is South Kingston Land Trust land as well. And I can never pronounce it properly, the Thulis Woods. There's a 0.8-mile loop that walks through there and accesses from Pine Hill Road as well. So along the whole top side of this image that you can see here. Proposed is a proposed 3-lot subdivision, so that is the 1 existing home and 2 new homes. Lot number 1, which is the existing home on the northern portion of it, will have the driveway coming off of Hunt Avenue. Existing today, the driveway comes off of Rockland Ave, so that'll be converted to come off of the Hunt Avenue side. And there's 47 feet of frontage along that side. Lot number 2, which is the central one, the central property, is a new single-family home as well. There'd be 26 feet of frontage along Rockland Drive. And then lot number, that would be serviced by municipal water and sewer. And lot number 3, which is on the southern portion, would be a new single-family home as well. And that would have 26 feet of frontage on Rockland Drive as well, again, serviced by municipal water and sewer. So the existing home along the northern side, and then 2 additional single-family homes on the 1.3-acre parcel. Each of the houses would have an infiltrating dry well for the roof runoff, so it would take the roof runoff and infiltrate it directly at the source there, so taking away any runoff and nuisance runoff coming from the site. And the driveways would also have driveway infiltration trenches as well, so pitched directly to a stone trench that can infiltrate directly on the spot as well. All of the lot areas are almost double, so the proposed lot areas are almost double what is allowed in the R10 zone. Again, about 10,000 square feet is what the density is minimum density would be, and the lots are around 18,000 square feet as well, so they're larger size lots for an R10 zone. We did provide a yield plan also at the pre-application for discussion, and we were asked at that time at the pre-application, not to go too far, but at the pre-application, we were asked to provide a little more information on that to the validity or the, to substantiate the yield plan as well, because we were showing it connecting from Hunt Ave and coming across Rockland to Rockland Drive. And the question was whether or not the topography would support that and or if that could even happen. So we did a little bit, I'll be honest, a little bit unusual on a yield plan that I haven't in 25 years of doing this, provided a conceptual roadway profile for a yield plan that we don't necessarily want to build, but we did it to show on there. So we do have what that roadway would look like coming through there, and that's showing how a conventional could be done if we wanted to create the frontage and have them all be by right as well. That's an important step, though, for what we're requesting from the planning board as well, because the whole point of the request is the flexible provisions under section 5022. And I'd like to just read it briefly in case there's anybody here, in the audience that what this is for. So under the flexible the flexible frontage provisions allows for, it says that upon approval by the planning board, so the planning board needs to make this determination through a request of a waiver through the town's subdivision and land development regulations, the following lot frontage and lot width variations may be permitted. In residential zones R10 to R200, so this is an R10, the planning board is authorized to reduce the lot frontage and lot width of newly created lots in a subdivision on any public or approved private street to a minimum of 20 feet. And it says the planning board must, before approving such flexible lot frontage and lot width, make 2 important findings, findings of fact that go with that. Using the flexible zoning is in the best interest of good planning design, as evidenced by consistency with the comprehensive community plan and zoning ordinance, and 2, would result in a better use of the land than permitted under the conventional zoning. So that is why we're here tonight. We are requesting approval for the 3-lot subdivision along with the flexible frontage provisions as well. Some of the comments I was able to look back at the pre-application stage. Some of the comments that were mentioned were also, again, substantiating the yield plan. So we did provide that. We provided how that road could come through in that area. One of the other notes was whether or not combined driveways could be. Originally, at the pre-application, we had 2 separate driveways for the 2 new lots on Rockland Drive, whether that can be combined into a single driveway off of Rockland. And so we also followed up with a technical review committee meeting on January 14th. So I believe it was January 14th. We just had that the last Tuesday. So yeah, January 14th, we had the technical review committee meeting. And a couple items that came out of that echoed some of the comments that we heard at the pre-application, including combining the driveways. So we had 2 driveways and there was formerly a large opening kind of between them, and it was confusion of where those would be. So the idea was to either combine them or pull them apart and put an island so it's very clear. So in the end, what we ended up doing is we actually combined it, and we pushed it as far to the south as possible. And there's a couple other reasons for that. During the technical review committee meeting as well, the fire marshal asked for access getting to Lot 2. It initially, the way that the roadway bent around the corner was a bit abrupt around the corner there. So what we were able to do is by shifting it, combining it and shifting it as far south as possible, we're able to soften that bend so that the emergency vehicles can get to that back lot a little much easier. So we proposed that. I sent that to the fire marshal, and the fire marshal confirmed that he was satisfied with that modification, at least for the access to that lot as well. And one other thing that we heard during the technical review committee was planning staff had relayed that they had heard from one of the neighbors of concerns that there's some landscaping that's in that front area and along the kind of the northern side on Rockland, and looking for us to try to avoid that. Especially there's a substantial evergreen tree. There's a pine tree kind of as you're coming around the bend. So the tree we're nowhere near the tree, and then there's some plantings that are there. By shifting this driveway over, we can leave those plantings exactly how they are today. So we were happy to, we went right after the technical review committee. We drove right around the corner here, took a look at it, and we were able to make it work in that area. One of the other items that came from the TRC is the terminus, the end of Hunt Ave right now comes just to a kind of a dead end. And I was asked to look at if there's a way that we can provide some sort of a turnaround. We're a bit limited because it's just a straight right of way. We don't have the availability for too much in that area. But we were able to put a small hammerhead there just to provide something better for people to be able to turn around in the terminus area as well. We did look at possibly, if there was something into the site to create a different hammerhead. But one of the issues we had when we went over there is there's a good-sized tree right at the very end of Hunt Avenue, and we didn't want to touch that tree. We wanted that tree. So that driveway goes completely around the tree and the root system of the tree that's directly at the end of Hunt Avenue. So we thought it was something worth keeping there, staying away from, and letting be. So that's kind of the summary of my presentation. Again, happy to answer any questions.
Questions, comments from board members? Joe?
So just going back to last time you presented, my question had to do with whether this is or isn't a better land use to allow you to use the flexible frontage. And I think one of the questions was, and I think you were going to maybe look into this a little more, was that did any of the original mapping or plats from time of conception show a through road or contemplate a right-of-way there?
So thank you for the reminder. Yes, it did not. No, there was none of the plats. I agree that the way that the frontage on Rockland is, it's kind of weird around that corner. It's not traditional the way that it goes around the bend. It is a little bit unusual in that area, but there was never any plats. We were able to do full class 1 survey boundary, so we traced back all of the plats to lock it in. We did not see anything of any connections of Hunt to Rockland in that area. One of the other reasons, and I didn't mention probably one of the more obvious ones, is the land trust land as well, right? By the way that we had that yield plan, the way that we'd have to configure that just naturally to hit Hunt Avenue where it is and come down that area, it would be putting that roadway directly along the edge of the land trust land. We wanted to be able to have it so instead of having a public roadway with new impervious and more infrastructure for the public services to deal with, now we just have private driveways. We can keep those houses pulled forward, and those backyards will stay adjacent to the land trust. So we thought from a planning perspective that was a much better design as well, rather than having a new roadway come that would go directly along that land trust land as well. So that was kind of another reason as well. But it did not, to answer more directly your question, we did not see any plats tracing back where those were ever connected. You're welcome.
Other questions, comments? Mr. Privy, can you,
Sure.
I don't know if you have the ability to show the two images side by side that show the yield plan with what could be done under a conventional subdivision versus the proposal that you have? Just for
Sure.
board members understand this,
Brian
but
can- yeah.
members of
Brian's
the
helping
public may
navigate for me,
not
so I
quite
appreciate it.
understand the flexible frontage.
Maybe the next, on the right one, Brian, maybe go to the next plan, because it's the soil erosion plan. The next one has an area. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking. It shows the houses a little quicker, clearer, and seeing with the context of the neighborhood. So,
Unfortunately, if I zoom in and zoom out, it tends to make the screen go funky, so
Yep.
I'm stuck using whatever Adobe is giving me.
Thank you, Jamie. Can everyone see the monitors now?
thanks, Jamie. So I can quickly summarize again.
Yes.
The one on the left is the yield plan. So that would be what we would need to do by conventional by right. So that'd be creating a new 40-foot public right-of-way, attaching the end of Hunt Avenue, and having a new right-of-way come through with a public street coming through there, and then attaching to Rockland Drive as well. You can see how the houses on this one, first of all, as I mentioned, the roadway itself would be, in order to attach to where Hunt is, it would have to keep that road over on the west side, the left side. Again, that's where the land trust land is as well. You'd have two of the houses that were fronting. Their frontage would be showing towards the west, and their backyards would be towards the east, so the nearest the neighbors over there, the existing neighbors to the east as well. And then it would actually put the third lot kind of down in the southwest corner over there as well. So you'd have two of the lots on one side of the road and one of the lots on the other side of the road as well. So interesting configuration. Could it work? It's possible to work, sure. Do we feel that it's a good planning practice? We do not, but that's up to the planning board to make that determination as well.
And it would be a significantly wider road with a greater degree of clearing of vegetation.
It would, correct.
And I imagine you have calculated the, either the length or the square footage of the conventional versus,
For impervious surface,
Yes.
yes, it would be quite a bit less by doing the flexible design than the roadway version of it.
thank you.
On the same kind of point, I think when you were speaking, you said that your proposed plan, not the yield plan, would save intact the vegetation that...
Correct.
It's-
You can see you can see the backyards are on the west side adjacent to the land trust land. Lot number 2, also the driveway of lot number 2, that follows the existing driveway that currently goes to the existing. So I'm sure it'll be restored a bit, but it's still the same impervious that was there, and then we'll be adding some stormwater infiltration trenches to be able to improve that situation even more than it is there today. So if there's any concerns from abutters or neighbors as far as stormwater runoff, we're providing new treatment in that area to infiltrate it directly on site.
And if you were required to follow the yield plan that you've delineated, how would that impact those vegetation areas that you described?
By the time you graded out the right, I would say of 1.3 acres, 1.3 acres would be disturbed. by the time you get through to put the roadway in, the driveways in, and maybe the northeast corner of that upper right lot, you might be able to, but it would be effectively, all of it would be cleared.
So basically, the proposed variation with the shared driveway actually is more preserving of the vegetation
Correct.
than, thank you.
Just tucking it into the neighborhood that's already there.
I just wanted to make sure that I understood that correctly. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Susan?
Hi.
Hi.
I appreciate that you are putting an effort into saving the mature trees at each end of the property. Do we assume that by not following the yield plan, but by putting it this way, you'll also clear much less of these properties as you build these homes?
Yes.
And will there be a buffer between these new house lots and the land trust land? Like, are you planning to clear, I mean, I realize that homeowners can
Sure,
do what
right.
homeowners do.
Right.
But during your construction, will they be cleared, the entire lots be cleared? And are there mature trees that should be saved in this process?
I don't know what the future homeowner would want to build. It's not our intention to that. Our intention is to create these two new lots nestled in and as such, fitting in the neighborhood, not clear cutting directly to. So that's the intention. We also do, as you're aware, we have to provide soil erosion permits for each individual lot as they come along as well. So Public Services will also see at that time, when we pull for the building permits and the soil erosion permits, what that proposed disturbance area is as well. But I can't, I wish I could say, I could speak for the future homeowner of what they're going to do, but I don't know.
So I just want to be clear. So are you, not you, is your client building two homes to order, or are you selling house lots?
I'm uncertain of what the game plan, I engineered the sites. I don't have that answer, I'm sorry.
To follow up with Susan's question, often we will see a limit of disturbance on the plans.
Mhm.
There is a dotted line on 3 of them. Is that something that could be
Yep.
added?
Yep,
That
for
would
sure.
be helpful. And this area, as you probably know from going out to the site, is a highly vegetated, very unique area. You'd never know it was an R10 zoned area.
And again, that's what we're trying to do, is just tuck them in. Again, it's a 1.3 acre parcel. The density would allow for more. We want to tuck the 2 lots in, make it as non-intrusive as possible. We don't want to put the public road in. We don't think it benefits this area.
Any further questions or comments for Mr. Privy? This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak? Please come up to the mic and state your name for the record. We did receive a letter. Oh.
Hi, I'm Jennifer McCann. I'm at 15 Rockland Drive. And I just have a question about the yield plan, and given that that would, is there a possibility of, I actually like the flexible plan better. I was wondering if there was any way of having an access point to the land trust on this side through Rockland, as we would potentially get access for the yield plan. I'm not suggesting I like the yield plan, but I was wondering if there was any possibility of putting some kind of access so that the people of Rockland could also access the land trust. Just a question. Thank you.
Thanks, we can
Thank you.
get that answer for you. And I did want to mention, we received a letter in our packet from Shannon Fox, who is concerned about the flexible frontage in terms of inconsistency with neighborhood character, potential violation of the Code of Ordinances with regard to environmental benefits, protection zone, and imminent hazard, and habit fragmentation, and impact on local wildlife. And she may be here this evening, and risk of structural damage to neighboring foundations. Mr. Privy, can you answer that first question for us?
I can do the best that I can. The location that the driveway is in the southwest portion, and again, that was to avoid the landscaping that's already there, and the locations of the houses. I can tell you, we try to accommodate as many requests as we can, and I understand the access to the land trust. I'm not certain that we can. We may be able to shift that lot, number 3, we might be able to shift it north a bit and squeeze by there. I can see what we can do and see if we can try and get something in that area, but you'd have to shift that lot to the north a bit to move it out, to give the access. You wouldn't want to put that access, obviously, between the 2 proposed homes. It would probably go around along the southern border there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Seeing as this is a combined master plan and preliminary, this would be the only opportunity to speak in terms of the public hearing, because the final approval would be administrative in nature. So just want to make sure everyone understands that. Did you, Susan? No. If there are no further comments, would someone like to make a motion to close the public hearing? We have a motion from Joe. Do we have a second?
Second?
Second from Caper. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Madam Chair, Jamie Rabbit, Director of Planning. You do have a project review memo. There is a motion. It's
Aye.
worded in a favorable motion.
Yes.
We do have 3 additions to that based on some of the comments tonight. I have 2 of them written out, and I can pass those around. And I'm going to summarize them. The first one is associated with the driveway proposed for Rockland Drive. I know it's been a item discussed at the TRC. In reviewing the final layout that the applicant has proposed, staff would make a recommendation that that driveway be narrowed to 12 feet with 4-foot load-bearing shoulders, with the amount of traffic on Rockland Ave and the potential traffic associated with 2 new residential units. Anyone entering or exiting the driveway would be able to see the person either entering or exiting. And in our view, as a professional planner, there would be no need to try and accommodate 2 passing vehicles, which even on 16 feet would be extremely difficult. Our recommendation, again, is 12 feet with 2 4-foot load-bearing shoulders, so fire equipment or a vehicle without, 2 feet of snow on the ground would be able to traverse a 20-foot traveled way. Just 12 feet of it would either be paved or stone dust or trap rock. The remaining 4 feet would be able to take weight, but would look and appear like lawn. And we have done this on a number of applications. The other item, which would be should be 6 in the conditions, would be that the hammerhead turnout that's proposed for Hunt Ave, the final layout is done on consultation with DPS and again the fire marshal, because again things slightly changed based on the relationship of the new owner of the home and how that driveway gets laid out. So again, understanding that a hammerhead turnaround that can accommodate firefighting apparatus will be installed in a manner that can provide a load-bearing surface, but the final kind of configuration of that is done prior to filing final plans. The third item that we'd recommend a change to it would be, just bear with me, I have to pull up my file, would be that the applicant shall add limits of disturbance on the proposed site development plan, understanding that those are proposed limits of disturbance for the development they're proposing, which may or may not be the exact location of the homes and grading associated with the development. But it's an attempt to show what those limits of disturbance and clearance are associated with the development they are proposing as part of this process.
Could I ask also if the portion of the driveway will be shared between the two properties? Does there need to be an easement or an agreement written into that?
Yeah, the cross easements are implied. The applicant's aware those will need to be submitted.
And then one of the neighbors requested a potential access to Thulis Woods. Is that investigation something that should be in the?
I would not recommend putting that in a motion. That is a transaction between a property owner and a land trust. I do not think that's a regulatory matter before the planning board tonight.
I'm sorry, Jamie, I just need a little clarification on your handout. So the handout has, it looks to me like it's the last page of earlier distribution. Item number 4 remains intact, and then you've written out items 5 and 6.
5, 6, and then be a 7.
And then you'd add a 7th,
Correct.
and what is currently down as item number 6 would be deleted.
With the material submitted to the commission, the planning board, there were 4 original conditions.
Yep.
The 5th would begin shared portion of proposed shared driveway. The 6th condition would begin the final configuration of proposed hammerhead turnaround. And the 7th item would begin with the language, the applicant shall add limits of disturbance.
Yep.
And again, that's our editing software that
Okay.
changed the
Yep, okay.
tabs.
Now I understand, thank you.
Madam Chair, I believe Mr. Conboy has a comment.
Certainly.
I would just like to point out the DPS reviewed the service utilities and noticed that they were a little different than what was provided at the TRC meeting. So we did have one issue with the sewer service for lot number 2 because it crosses, I believe, lot number 1. So that would have to, the sewer service should not cross any other lot. It has to remain within the lot. And I think that's a minor change that you can, that's it.
Thank you. We've been hearing that quite a lot lately. Any other comments with regard to the amendments on the motion? Joe?
It wasn't specifically to the amendments, it was a question for staff, in particular, Mark from Public Works. So we have to come up with the burden of proof or the applicant has to come with burden of proof that this is a better land use, so I'm still staying on that. I'm certainly okay with the 3-lot subdivision. But comparing the through road that connects versus the private drive that doesn't connect, and I think Mr. Previous come up with a lot of good reasons why it's better as far as impervious. But I guess I just want to hear from Public Works is the community losing anything by not having that throughway for traffic patterns in the neighboring area? Or in your opinion, we're not losing anything by not requiring that to go through?
I don't believe there's much to lose with the proposed layout of the, not the roadway going through. The only thing that the roadway could provide as a benefit would be, it would make a couple of the lots to the north serviceable for sewer service if a sewer line went through a road to the north connecting Hunt Avenue. But that's a minor thing. That's something that we looked at and didn't feel that that was a big enough benefit to that.
Any further comments or questions from board members? Hearing none, we have a motion that begins on page 2. It has been amended to include conditions of approval 5, 6, and 7. Would someone like to make the motion?
I'll make that motion. The South Kingstown Planning Board hereby approves the application for combined master and preliminary plan approval for Rockland Drive major subdivision project with flexible frontage for a 3-lot subdivision for residential development located at 23 Rockland Drive, Wakefield, Rhode Island, also identified as Assessors Plat 56-2, Lot 7, 5A Builders LLC applicant. This approval is based on a plan set entitled Combined Master Plan Preliminary Plan Subdivision Submission, Rockland Drive 3 Lot Subdivision, Sheets 1 to 7, dated 8/22/25, as revised through 1/19/2026, prepared by Dupree Engineering, Inc., 2 Stafford Court, Cranston, Rhode Island, 02920, as well as the following materials. The Yale Plan Rockland Drive 3-lot subdivision, stormwater system operation and maintenance, the findings of fact 1 through 3, conditions of approval 1 through 6, 6 is it? 7, as amended this evening.
We have a motion from Joe. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Susan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Madam Chairman. Okay, I'm recusing myself because I did not participate in the prior hearing.
Very good. We have one recusal. Thanks.
Thank you.
Our next agenda item is a public hearing, major land development, conceptual master plan, comprehensive change to a previously approved plan, major multi-household land development project, 571 Main Street. And we do have some information that we have received this evening, but not yet had a chance to read, just so you know.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Matthew Landry on behalf of the applicant. I too did receive that from Mr. Wagner. It looks like an updated staff memo on the project that is similar to the one that was written probably a year or two ago at this point. But I have seen that and I have read that, so I appreciate that. It's been quite some time since we've been back in front of you for a formal public hearing. I'd just like to recap kind of where we are, how we got here, and the reason for the extensive delay. I know I have appeared periodically to this board to explain what the status is. We've received a number of extensions, and I really appreciate your latitude with those extensions so that we could bring you a comprehensive revision and improvements to what was originally proposed. I think it's important, too, for the members of the public. This was re-noticed and re-advertised for the public's benefit, and that's important so that they're made keenly aware of the changes in the status. So just to kind of recap where we're at, there is an approved master plan application for this property at 571 Main Street. It came in front of the town back in 2014, 2015, I believe. Went through the land development process, contemplated the construction of 36 units on site. There was some questions over what zoning applied, what the setbacks would be at that time. And in short, there were appeals that followed that land development application and a separate lawsuit by the applicant against the town for issues related to drainage along Perry Avenue, and water flowing, through his property, and things of that nature. So we don't have to get too into that, but essentially it resulted in a settlement agreement between the town and the applicant that clarified the understanding as to what would apply on this property, particularly in terms of zoning. The RM zone was new, I believe, at the time, or had been recently amended to allow multifamily development in this zone. The settlement agreement set parameters that the development would be limited to no more than 36 dwelling units. There would be a 100-foot setback off of Main Street and a 25-foot side yard setback, and that was all established and called for in the settlement agreement. There was also, in the spirit of working together in collaboration to resolve the drainage issues to the rear of the property that I believe are pretty commonly known and understood, is that the applicant would work collaboratively with the town in trying to resolve those issues in furtherance of any development. So the settlement agreement ultimately approved the master plan in its original form, and that carried with it a vesting period that has been extended for various reasons through tolling and whatnot. And about 2 years ago, we presented an application to amend that master plan that had been effectively approved. That first amendment, we went through the public hearing process and many members of the public attended. We had preserved the 36 units on site and made some changes to the access off of Perry Avenue, which is in the rear of the property. We moved the driveway location further to the west. The intent is to bring in utilities and redo Perry Avenue at my client's expense and bring in the sewer and water lines down that extension. One of the significant changes in that amended application or amended proposal was to eliminate 10 or all of the 3-bedroom units down to just 2-bedroom units. And that significantly reduced the overall bedroom count, obviously, for the site. But under your subdivision regulations, this property could develop 50 to 60 units by right. I think it's 7.5 units an acre for 2-bedroom units under the subdivision regs, and 36 units is significantly under what could be done by right. There are no waivers, no variances, no relief needed from any of your regulations, so it's really a by right proposal. The first amended application also proposed to eliminate 6 garage barn structures that were along the northeasterly property lines near the Elks Club. I think that provided 36 parking spaces and was a subject of some contention during the original development process. Those garage barns were eliminated in favor of putting garages under the units themselves, so it did increase the height of the structures themselves, but again, we're well within the height restrictions and the applicable regulations. What you have before you, following that initial public hearing process, the reason for the extensions were twofold. One, we received a lot of good comments from the board members of the public related to that design. There was a desire to reduce the impacts or soften the appearance along Belmont and Main Street with the cluster of units that were proposed in that southeasterly quadrant. There was also a suggestion that we bring back the courtyard style arrangement that was part of the original development approval. So what you have in front of you is a reimagined development plan that has changed since we first came in front of you 1.5, 2 years ago. And we've incorporated a number of those comments. We've brought back the courtyard design in that southwestern lower right portion of the property. We've reoriented those units to soften the appearance from Belmont and brought them further into the property, increasing those setbacks, increasing some of the landscaping, and reducing the overall visual impacts along Main Street. Excuse me. We also have preserved the main driveway access off of Main Street. There was sort of a U-shaped throughway on the last iteration of this proposal, and this is limited to just the single driveway that exists today. To the rear of the property, the other substantive change is that we are no longer seeking an extension of Perry Ave. We've relocated the driveway back to the eastern side of that existing wetland body. There were some changes in the wetland regulations, and Molly Titus from Dupree is here and can explain it more eloquently than I can. But the idea was to utilize the existing drainage flow and those wetland bodies to deal with some of the drainage issues that flow from that part of the property and from off-site, and to deal with those things. The significant delay was really the result of the DEM process. As I'm sure you're all aware, they went to an online permitting process, took some time to get this reviewed, and also get an edge verification from them, which we have since received. It was only after then that we could redesign the project, since we knew that this would work with the new drainage calculation. So the driveway has been relocated back to the eastern side of that water body to the rear of the property. And in conjunction with that, we've eliminated some of the units in that rear quadrant of the property. So we're actually down to 28 units from 36. So the reduction in density, again, is a significant departure from what could be done on this property by right, and significantly less than what the applicant already has as part of an approved master plan. So it's 28 units, plus the existing home will remain. All the features of the existing home, the pool and accessory features, will remain with the home. My client's not proposing to condominiumize that at this time. That was part of the last iteration. So we count that as one unit plus the 28 that are being proposed throughout the site. And again, to preserve the nature and the character of the property, all the iterations of this development plan have eliminated the throughway and a lot of the utilities that went through the back of the property, and allow this project to be built in 2 phases. My client had talked about a 10-year phased period, so that way it could be done gradually over time. But this is really went from 3 phases to just the 2 phases. And still includes utility and infrastructure improvements along Perry Ave to the point where the driveway is going to come in, sewer connections and things of that nature that Molly can speak to. So in our opinion, it's a significant improvement even to the last iteration of this. It reincorporates the courtyard design, softens some of the appearances along the main thoroughfares, and reduces the unit count in favor of better drainage design and site features to the rear of the property. Chris from 401 Architecture is here to discuss architecturally. I don't think anything has changed too significantly other than some of the modifications to the building where the courtyard is situated. But I'd like to hand it off to Molly, and she can go through some of the changes in the wetland design and the drainage for the project.
Before we get into those details in your presentation, on the staff memo, which we just received this evening, there is in red letters a paragraph about the decision deadline due to the multiple continuances and the concern from staff that it would be wise to agree upon a date certain so that a new decision deadline would be clear. I don't know if that's something.
No, that's fair. I haven't discussed that with my client,
Okay.
but I am aware of that, certainly,
Okay.
and I think that the board certainly needs time to review this. This also needs to go to TRC. I expect to be on the February
Okay.
TRC agenda, and that, again, is important. They haven't had an opportunity to weigh in on this redesign. I don't expect any, major issues here, but obviously they want to provide some comments to this board before it renders its decision. So with that, the last extension for the master plan vesting period, we got a year extension last year. I think it expires June 30th of 26. Generally, the planning board has 90 days to render a decision on these. I would stick with that 90-day deadline. Hopefully, we can get it done within that time, but we could certainly evaluate whether further extensions are needed to fit within that.
Sounds good.
So with that, I will ask Molly Titus from Dupree Engineering if you could just go through some of the changes, site features. Thanks, Molly.
Good evening, Molly Titus from Deprete Engineering. So on the screen, on the left is the previously or currently approved master plan for the property. And on the right is our most recent proposal, which has been modified since our last submission in 2024. As Attorney Landry had mentioned, the substantial differences in the wetlands. So at the rear portion of the site, adjacent to Perry Avenue, there's an isolated wetland. There was talk of the settlement agreement and the creation of this wetland, but be that as it may, that is the wetland that has been flagged by our biologist, and then we submitted to RADEM. And the delay was in that wetland edge verification was one of the last applications submitted to the state before the portal. And basically, because it was a paper submission, there was a lot of time. So finally, about the end of August, after having been at DEM for about 6 months, the wetland edge verification came back to us and approved these flag locations. And this is significant because in the previous version, that small of a wetland didn't have a buffer. So we wanted to be very certain that the wetland edge was verified and the appropriate buffers were applied and that we could still fit a driveway. So as you recall, in the April 2024 version, we had a driveway to the left of that wetland because if you put a buffer on the old wetland, it didn't fit. So we had to go to the left. So we decided to take a step back, verify the wetland edges, get an agreement from DEM, and then propose this driveway, which is a far better solution. It impacts less residents on Perry Avenue, and it affords us the possibility to provide stormwater controls in the area south of Perry, on the western edge of our site. Now we have the ability to go behind buildings 1 and 2, adjacent to the pond, between the wetland, and do some substantial stormwater improvements for that area, rather than just navigate a driveway that doesn't require a wetland permit for an application. So this is their modified plan, and that is why we have been taking so long, but to confirm that it really does work. So, any questions of me?
Questions related to engineering? Wondering if, when you make a reference to the wetland buffer, will this be something that will involve plantings, or what sort of stormwater controls adjacent to the wetland will there be?
We'll be outside the buffers with our work, but it just opens up a lot of open space rather than just a driveway. I mean, the area's planted right now. There's some isolated plantings, trees, bushes within that wetland at this time.
And Mr. Landry referred to the fact that bringing sewer and water into Perry Ave, we have, throughout this process, heard from a resident along Perry Ave who has been significantly affected with stormwater. Is this likely to improve that situation?
It will improve the situation discharging off of this site. Right now, there is a drainage pipe north of his property that is town-owned that dumps onto his property. So we won't be going off of our property to do any work, but this won't exacerbate any of his problems currently and will attenuate the flow coming across the site.
Thank you. Susan?
Hi.
Hi.
I just have one question. So the location of the driveway now,
Yes.
how will that impact Perry Avenue?
There is an existing driveway in that location now.
So it's the same exact spot?
Yep, it's a little bit wider to meet current standards, but yeah, there's an existing driveway now and an opening in the stone wall.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, just for clarity, the driveway that Molly Titus is referencing in essence is a small, single-family style.
Right.
I would, for argument's sake, say it's between 8 and 10 feet this evening.
It's a car width,
It's not
yes.
a two-lane access road to a proposed development in that area that contains 12 units. Excuse me, 14 units.
Does it need to be 2-lane, since it's just the families that are here, or can it be 1 lane with reinforced shoulders? Like, does it need to be a 2-lane road to go into these apartments?
I, again, will defer, they're going back to TRC, but typically for the volume of traffic associated with 14 units on an existing road, that there would be an upgrade to Perry Ave.
No, I was referring to the access road that's inside the property.
The access road, for 14 units with 6 to 8 trips per day, you would in all likelihood have two-way traffic, and they're proposing two-way traffic. So again, whether that's 24 feet wide or 18 feet wide with load-bearing shoulders, that's up for discussion.
Yeah, and we'd certainly be happy to review that with the fire marshal and see what their preference would be for safety of the area.
What can you tell us about the entrance from, or the access point from Main Street? How will that function? And the stone wall that's been discussed in the past, as well as a proposed crosswalk and where that is in terms of viability?
The existing one-lane drive has been maintained out to Main Street. That would be a secondary, it's a single-lane egress. It would maintain the gates and the appearance of the property from the front as it does now. The primary access for residents would be to the rear and off of Belmont Avenue, and the stone wall would need to be removed to build that driveway to Belmont.
Has there been discussion of keeping this as an emergency access only?
That has not been reviewed yet. I'm sure there will be a discussion with fire marshal. That is a
And
gated
TRC.
entrance right now,
Yep.
so.
On the existing site plan, you have some stone walls in the northwest portion of the property. What are your plans for those stone walls? They seem to be where some streets and driveways are. Are you relocating those stone walls?
We would propose to remove them. I mean, if there's an architectural feature or something within this area, maybe they could be relocated behind some of the units, but they would be removed as part of this in their current location.
Sorry, hold on.
So generally, when there's removal of stone walls, we recommend or require that they be reused on site.
Understood.
Other comments, questions from anyone? Anything from DPS?
I just have a couple of questions concerning the proposed sewer
Sure.
system on Perry Avenue. Is that going to be gravity or a force main, or?
Gravity. We did some survey measurements within Belmont Avenue, and the manhole at the intersection of Perry and Belmont is deep enough to run gravity all the way back to those units.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any comments at this time from staff?
Just, I think, one important thing that you mentioned early in these proceedings is that we need a decision date, which potentially, if we looked at February, March, April as being 90 days, given the fact we're close to concluding January, that would put you at a decision date of roughly May 1st, 2026.
And Mr. Landry did offer June, so that gives us a little time if necessary.
I'm not sure he offered June. He referenced an extension date of a prior approval.
Yeah, so my thinking here is to fall under the 90-day review period that this would normally come with under, and we can start that tonight. I don't think we have an objection to that, given this has to go to TRC. We only have until June 30th to have a decision before then, so I think with the 90 days, that should give us ample time, and then I can speak to my client if any extensions are necessary beyond then.
And do you think that, and perhaps this is more of a question for Molly, that time frame would include any kind of, it wouldn't be a PAP, but in order to add the proposed crosswalk, would that allow time for that to be decided?
I mean, I think we can certainly review that and discuss it internally within that period. I can't imagine
Okay.
that. I think that's something that's already been discussed and vetted with the prior iteration, so I'm sure it's
Okay.
something we can address.
Thank you.
So just for clarity, we're good through our regular meeting date on April 28th? As a 90-day?
I'm sorry, Ron, what was the?
Again, Madam Chair, we simply recommended May 1st, 2026. There always could be a weather event or a cancellation or a quorum issue.
So that would be the Friday the same week. Is that okay with you,
Yeah,
Matt?
that's fine.
Okay.
What was that, Brian? I didn't catch that. Turn your, yeah.
Friday, May 1st is our working deadline at this point.
Very good, thank you. And just to note for the record that Liz Carp has recused herself from this agenda item. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak? Please come up to the mic and state your name for the record. It's unusual to not have any public speak to this, but given the existing weather conditions, that may be reason for this. So if there are no further questions from board members, if someone would like to make a motion to continue this to our next meeting, the date of which is, Jamie?
Sorry, February 24th for your next regularly scheduled meeting.
February 24th. And before we do that, Mr. Landry, if you have any further comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, we don't at this time. Again, I would welcome any questions or comments from the public and the board. We do have Chris from 401 Architecture. If there's any architectural, related questions, I do expect that TRC will come up with a list of other items that we need to address, and I can confirm that date. But other than that, we'll just reserve any further comments until after that occurs.
That sounds wise, unless anyone has any specific architectural questions? Nope. Thank you. Who would
Thank
like
you.
to make the motion to continue the public hearing? I'll make the motion. We have a motion from Joe. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Susan. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nays? Abstentions? Armand is... All right, thank you. Our next agenda item is a public hearing, Major Land Development, Conceptual Master Plan, Comprehensive Permit, Lofts on Fairgrounds. Is there anyone representing the applicant? Yes. No problem. Neither did we.
Okay, thank you. Give me a second here. Okay, Madam Chair, members of the board, for the record, my name is Kelly Morris Salvatore, here again on a continued public hearing for our application for a comprehensive permit for 132 Fairgrounds, located at Assessors Plat 21-3, Lot 9. So we have provided a comprehensive narrative to you that you should have received in your packets. That is part of the record, summarizing the support for the statutory required findings of approval. I'm going to summarize the most relevant standards for approval at this stage of review. The proposal is clearly and undisputedly consistent with the local needs as identified in the town's housing plan. The town recognizes the need for a variety of housing types, serving households within a variety of income levels. The projections in the town's housing element have had limited success. As Mr. McLean testified, this project is both timely and essential in helping the town meet its long-term affordable targets and the state's 10% goal in each community. Even if the board were to find that the proposed development is inconsistent with the town's housing plan, you would also have to find that the town has made significant progress in implementing the housing plan. As you know, South Kingstown has met only 5.72% of the 10% goal and has generally teetered between 5 and 5.5% over the last 10 years or so. The adjustments that the applicant has requested do not outweigh the state and local need for low and moderate income housing. Mr. McLean also testified, and it is common knowledge, that there is an acute and urgent need for affordable housing across the state and within this town. And this particular proposal is putting specific emphasis on those local needs for rental housing for the different types of units being provided, separate from single family. There's an awful lot of single-family detached units in the town, but not a lot of rentals. Mr. McLean opined that meeting the needs as this proposal is outweighs the adjustments that are requested. The adjustments that appear to be of the most concern are from use requirements, that is, multifamily household in an industrial zone, density requirements, and height requirements. However, we have addressed height in the proposed stepping up the heights of the buildings, screening the heights from Fairgrounds Road with the Norpac building, and significantly setting back the nearest building to the neighboring Chickashin Road. Certainly, the multifamily use is addressed simply by acknowledging that residential use is permitted by right in a comprehensive permit application. And furthermore, adaptive reuse of the existing building in a conversion to residential use would be permitted by right. In other words, we could use Norpac. There's nothing wrong with creating multifamily in an industrial zone. There's many regulatory ways we could do it. With regard to density, Mr. McLean noted that the land use element of the town's comprehensive plan specifically states that additional density in the villages will support the town's economic growth, and that concentrating growth where infrastructure exists helps to support local businesses and ensures long-term economic resilience through redevelopment of existing gray fields. The housing element supports the town's goal of centrally locating infill and redevelopment in appropriate areas while meeting the community's pressing housing needs. We also discussed that there is expert testimony at this stage of review that there will be no negative impacts on the health and safety of current and future residents of the community, including safe circulation of pedestrian and vehicular traffic, provision of emergency services, sewage disposal, availability of potable water, adequate surface water runoff, and the preservation of natural, historical, and cultural features. There was a concern about sewer and water capacity. We have provided information that water and sewer are generally available for this project, and we intend to produce the applicable test results required at preliminary plan when required by state law. Those extra testing and whether, the sewer and water would meet the capacity of future development is not required by state law, and the testing that is required will be provided at preliminary plan. Adequate access to a public street was addressed by both Eric Prevey, our civil engineer, and Paul Bannon, our traffic engineer. The other two standards for approval include integration of LMI units and subdivision issues, which will be reviewed at preliminary plan stage. As you know, and I want to confirm, you have received a recommendation recommendation from the Affordable Housing Collaborative. Is that right? Yeah. So that letter dated January 13th says that they fully support the project due to its strategic location in West Kingstown, the amount of affordable units planned, and the variety of apartment types included. They noted that there is easy access to public transportation, green spaces, and URI. They positively addressed many of the members' questions relating to the industrial zone impact, adequacy of infrastructure, community character and scale, environmental and wildlife concerns, as well as traffic. We appreciate the collaborative support on this important project. We also want to note that you should have received a letter submitted by resident Susan Marcus, also going through, I think, all of the planning board members' concerns and supporting this project. The planning department staff has provided a project review memorandum with a draft motion for approval, which also support the standards for approval with evidence presented during this series of public hearings. Staff presented certain conditions of approval, which we generally have no objection to. As one point of clarification, I did speak with the planning director, Jamie Rabbit, to clarify condition 2, which I believe we both understand is that the total amount of green and turfed areas may not be diminished in scale at preliminary plan stage. It does not mean that the green space will remain in the exact areas proposed, and that there may be some shifting with full engineering. However, I want to make it clear that we would agree to not reduce the total amount of green space as shown on the master plan. Also, we just want to be clear that our master plan proposes 2 parking areas in the southwest corner of the property that may be used for parking as may be necessary. That is shown on our plan. That will not be counted towards the green space that may be needed to reduce on the preliminary plan. We hope that we won't need it, and we will show you at preliminary plan that it will be green space, but we don't want that deducted from the, or added to the green space at this stage of review. So finally, we have heard from the board relative to your concerns about the amount of affordable housing. As we've discussed with you and provided testimony from the representative of the applicant, Jonathan Fox, as well as testimony from a real estate broker and appraiser, Tom Sweeney, this proposal is financially very tight as is. Again, this applicant is uniquely positioned because they do not require the typical returns necessary for the traditional developer, and they consider this a long-term investment. Over the course of the public hearings, the applicant has continued to consider what, if anything, they can offer to make this proposal more beneficial to the town. We want to be clear that any further concessions further reduce the likelihood of feasibility. The applicant has determined that in order to avoid the potential time and expense of an appeal, they can offer 30% LMI units, which brings it from 78 units to 94 units. That's an additional 16 units of low to moderate income housing. We just want to be on the record that if you choose to deny the project tonight and we are forced to spend the time and expense on an appeal, those additional LMI units will no longer be feasible because we'll be spending our money somewhere else. Staff has also suggested that the increase in the length of time of the LMI units are available. That may move the goalpost for you. I don't think we've had that discussion, but staff is suggesting that that might be something that will help the town. And that would be so that you can better manage LMI units coming offline, perhaps without immediate replacement. Again, as a concession at this time, and without the necessity of a costly appeal, we are offering an additional 10 years of affordability, and those 10 years will be 15% LMI units. So for the first 30 years, there will be 30% LMI units, and for the next 10 years to 40 years, there would be 15% LMI units. and we would appreciate your feedback. That's where we're at this point.
We'll be looking for comments from board members, but I just want to say that this is a complicated project. I'm a little concerned about the tenor from your initial introduction. Good planning shouldn't be kind of preemptive, reactionary planning where we're so afraid of an appeal that we do not look at a project from all the areas that are involved. So it is never just about affordable housing. Planning looks at stormwater, green space, access, circulation, and we understand that you've had your paid consultants come and give testimony to that effect. However, many members of the board have been not only involved in comprehensive permit review for some time, but have also lived in the community and are familiar with the site, the traffic, the circulation, and so on. So I feel that our local knowledge is of value. So just want to state that from the onset. Do you have any other changes from any of your team as far as engineering?
Nope.
Okay. Then I will open it up to the board for questions, comments. Susan.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for being willing to adjust your affordable housing numbers. Could you explain them again to me, though? I
Yes.
don't understand the 30 years and 40 years and how that, can you just clarify
Yes.
it for me?
So the statute requires 30 years of affordable housing for, whether it's for sale or rentals. So these units will be affordable for those 30 years. Staff asked us to look at adding some number of years so that, in 30 years, you're going to lose all these units all at once. I think it's a reasonable request to say, can you give us a few more years so that, you're looking at a lot of comprehensive permit applications, I would assume now, and people are only giving you 30 years. So you don't want them all to come offline all at the same time. So we're willing to give you half of those, 15%, for another 10 years. So they will come offline, those last 15% will come offline at 40 years.
So Madam Chair, if I can just bring clarity, a little potentially clarity to that for Susan. Under what Attorney Salvatore said, the 30% LMI units would be a total of 94 units. What they're proposing is that 47 of them would be deed restricted for 30 years, and 47 of them would be deed restricted for 40 years.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments from board members? Robin.
Thank you. I first of all think that it would be incredibly difficult for us to think about the proposed density as the only feasible way forward with the land that an applicant already owns. So I find that very hard to imagine. And if that's true, if they can't move forward with it, then maybe adding small sites for additional light industry on their land would be a good way forward. I think that it is a poor plan to give up any more of our industrial zones. Our town has vacant school sites that should be used for housing developments right in town, which makes transportation all the better in terms of buying groceries. This proposed housing seems like an extension of URI's dormitory supply and probably will not serve other than the transient population of students coming to the university. Student rentals are leased for the school year so that the summer rental income can be gained at a higher rental fee. Students are forced to pack up and leave and then have to try to find a house for the next fall. Students will jump at the opportunity to remain through the summer, either taking summer courses or just enjoying the South County beaches. There's no mechanism being shown here in place to prevent this from being the case. We have been told that this project is tuned into attracting teachers and nurses. I think maybe even firefighters were mentioned. But these types of workers tend to be family-oriented and are looking for a yard with a swing and a mortgage. The medium-income housing supply provided would not be in a neighborhood like we think of, but instead in a flow of transient persons. We were given an estimate of 9 children out of 311 units. I think that speaks highly that you expect a lot of URI students to be taking advantage of the close-by dormitory-style living. Now, it has been said at the beginning of every discussion of the Old Tower Hill plan presented to the town that it's important to recognize that the plan has been shaped by listening to the community's desires and concerns. I think that is always important. I haven't been told how many signatures were on the petition, but I would bet it is a better representation of our community than the 7 members of the Affordable Housing Collaborative, whose vision is very heavily centered on counting house numbers. I don't agree that Fairgrounds Road is fine for having so much more traffic heading south towards Route 2, and that's a very narrow road and a very sharp turn. And we all know how traffic backs up between the intersection of Route 2 and Route 138, and how it is often very congested on 138 right up through Kingston. I think that when we use the term housing loosely, we're maybe not recognizing that this really looks like URI dormitory housing. Now, in terms of what the Affordable Housing Collaborative sent us, for one thing, I have a question about the font. Does this mean that it's AI generated when it's got that fuzzy blend behind it? I think it does. And then they speak like they were at the meeting and they're telling us what we were presented with. Maybe they were, I don't know. And then the one letter from, I think it's the Economic Development person, Susan Marcus, did I have that right? She refers to local businesses not being able to hire enough people or expand. Now, I don't know about most people in this room, but very few of us work in the town we live in. We all travel to work. And I think that having a bunch of URI students living in there is not going to change that situation for them at all. So I appreciate you giving me a chance to speak my mind on this. I hear from others.
Thanks, Robin. Armand?
Chair, just before is there a question in that statement? Robin, did you have a question that you wanted to answer? Because the chairman asked for questions.
Or comments. Comments as well.
Sounded like testimony.
Well, I think so many things have been answered. I don't know if you can come up with any
questions.
I think that there's been so much discussion and so many questions. I don't know if anyone can even think of any more questions that haven't been, we haven't been told, we've been answered.
Thank you, Robin.
And the public hearing is still open, so there is opportunity for input from the community. In the process of evaluating a project, I think it's important for board members to not only ask questions, but convey concerns or thoughts. I mean, that's part of the process. Armand?
In the original testimony of the applicant, he indicated this is a very tight project in terms of economics.
Yes.
Okay. He also indicated there was a certain occupancy rate that needs to be achieved, but he did not indicate what that rate was. Do you know what that rate is?
I don't remember him saying what the occupancy rate needs to be, did you?
No, he didn't. He said there's a certain rate, but he didn't indicate what it is. I'm wondering what it is. Because I asked the question to be researched. There's a comparable unit in Connecticut
Yeah.
okay? What is their occupancy rate so that we can compare the feasibility of this project to existing units comparable?
So you need almost 500 more units of LMI.
No,
And
that's
this is
not the
providing-
question.
No, I understand, but I want to be clear. Housing is at a shortage, generally, market rate and LMI. So, I mean, people
So
can't...
based on,
I-
if I may interrupt, based on your comment,
Yeah.
your feeling is that there's going to be no issues with this being fully occupied within a very reasonable period of time after construction?
It's not my feeling, it's my observation, and I think probably all of yours, that kids can't rent. You know, I'm using kids, meaning young adults like firemen, nurses, teachers, that are not married, don't need swing sets in their backyard, but...
All right.
But yes, I absolutely believe, I know young people right now that are struggling to find an apartment. So, yeah, if you're asking for my feeling, I absolutely think this is going to be occupied quickly.
Let me indicate, I'm not opposed to a project of this nature. I'm just concerned about the feasibility of it, and that's why I was asking, what is their projected occupancy rate to make it successful?
Okay, I understand, and, I mean, do we have one? Yes. Well, what is it? I'll
Our underwriting is presuming that we will have occupancy rates in excess of 90%.
You'll have to speak into the mic and state your name or
All right.
convey
Well,
your thoughts to legal counsel.
Madam Chair, either Mr. Fox can repeat that or Kelly Salvatore
That's
can.
what I just said, yes, thanks.
Just state your name and address, name for the record.
Hi, Jonathan Fox. In order, well, the short answer to the question in terms of occupancy rate that is assumed in our underwriting, we are assuming more than a 90% occupancy rate over time once we achieve stability of the project.
okay, and what time frame would that be?
It'd probably be about 2 years.
Okay. And also in her comments, she indicated that this would be built in phases, is that correct?
That would be our intent.
Okay. And by increasing the number of low and moderate income units, what's the ratio now that you're looking at in terms of per acre?
Per acre? It's the same. It's just we're giving...
Well, no, it can't be the same if you're, if...
Well, it's a percentage of the
Let
total.
me interrupt.
Yeah.
Under the state statute, which they changed starting in 2026, they added bonus numbers to the number of units.
That was in 2004, just to be clear.
2004?
January 1st, 2004.
All right, but it's effective starting this year,
No, January 1st.
The bonus units.
Nope, that's January 1st, 2004.
All right.
24, sorry.
Oh, okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, not that
I knew
long
it was in
ago.
2004,
Yeah,
that's
it was
why.
2024.
All right. So, using that calculation with the bonus, what would be the number of permitted units in this development?
Well, any number of units, there's an at least that the statute requires, but it doesn't say that's it. It's
No,
an at least.
No.
It's-
But the intent was to increase the number of units per acre because there was some reluctance on towns to go beyond their zoning ordinance, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the whole housing legislation generally is to increase housing and density,
No,
yes.
so, can I make this suggestion?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of economic feasibility,
Yes.
would it be feasible to do this in 2 stages? First stage, 150 units that would be either 35 low income or, using your number, 45 low income. And then come back when that phase is substantially completed and ask us to give you the additional numbers that you're looking for today.
So I think the construction will be completed in phases, but we're asking for an approval of the entire development. I think if the owner believes, after building so many units, that, you know, they don't need to build more. They could do that, but we want the approval for the entire development.
Can I speak?
You can. It's your application.
Thank you. For the project to be feasible, we need to understand at the outset that this is going to be something that well exceeds the 150 units that you're referring to. In this case, for the 311 units, it's important to understand that because we need to make upfront investments in doing all of the site work for the entire parcel. We're putting in place an amenities building, which is quite expensive, with all the various amenities that come along with that. There are a number of fixed costs, all of our soft costs, everything that comes into play with that. We need to make sure that at the end of the process, it may be done in phases, but when we're done, that we will have enough units to be able to recover those costs that are expended on the total number of units.
All right, well, let me ask you this question. Is there a number between 150 and 311 that you would be amenable to approve your project based on the ratios that you want of low-income units?
This is something that we've spent a lot of time with and have given a lot of thought to.
Yeah.
Again, with the concessions that Kelly has outlined this evening, there is something that we could do to somewhat significantly reduce the number of units as well. But again, like the concessions that Kelly's spoken with, it would need to be predicated on getting our approvals this evening and not having to incur the time and expense that would be involved in further pursuit, if you will, of this. And in that case, we could be willing to go as low as 275 units.
And what number would be low and moderate income?
The 30% that we
30%?
previously offered. So it doesn't change. Obviously, when we reduce the number of units and we leave the percentage of units that would be low and moderate income alone, the total number of low and moderate income units will decrease.
No, I understand. I know it's a ratio.
Right.
I understand that, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Thank you. Anyone, Liz?
Hi, I'd like to kind of address a different tact here. Yes, as the planning board, I think we all agree that it's important to increase the number of affordable housing units in our town. But I don't believe that that is our total responsibility as the planning board. If that were our total responsibility, we'd probably be throwing up high-rise buildings all over town. You made a comment, Kelly, that this project maintains the community character and scale. I wrote that down as you said it. And it's also stated, and I'd like to quote in your letter, quote, "For the overall design, the architects drew inspiration from local landmarks like the West Kingston Station, Town Hall, Peacedale Library, as well as various mill complexes, incorporating elements into a design that is cohesive with the town's character." Now, I can't speak for your architect, and maybe your architect did believe that by taking a style of windows or cornices or doors from some of these buildings in town, that was maintaining the character of our town. But as I look at these renderings, I don't see the character of South Kingstown maintained. And I do believe that the planning board does have an obligation, along with many others, to be careful what we approve so that 30 years, 40 years down the road, we have made every attempt to maintain the character of our town of South Kingstown. So I'm trying to phrase this as a question. I'm having a little bit of trouble with that. How would you propose making these very dense, very tall buildings more in keeping with the character of our town? Do you even believe that's possible?
Yes, of course, it's possible. I just want you to know that I'm taking, these are not my words, these are the words of a land use expert who happens to have worked for the planning department for several years. Also, the Affordable Housing Collaborative, all of which live in South Kingstown. And I'm trying to see if Ms. Marcus also talked about community character.
Let me just interrupt. I know these people that you're speaking of.
Yep.
I respect them totally, but I don't believe that their focus on new projects incorporates all the things that we try to incorporate.
Understood. I just wanted to make that point.
Okay.
But I will also say that we'd be willing to work with the board. Again, it's somewhat subjective. I talked about this at the last meeting. 7 people can have 7 different ideas about what South Kingstown character is, but we're certainly willing to work with you on architecture at preliminary plan stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Anyone else at this point? I just want to go through, because this has been, Armand referenced this, I want to go through the waivers that are requested. Now, the most recent language is adjustments, but let's be clear, adjustments equal waivers. That means a deviation from the normal town's rules. Section 301, Schedule of Use Regulation Table prohibits all residential uses except loft commercial artists in the independent one, or industrial rather, one zoning district. Section 401, Schedule of Dimensional Regulations Table limits the maximum building height in the industrial one zoning district to 40 feet. This proposed project has multiple buildings up to 59 feet. Section H3, relegation to utilities, requires that the multi-household land development project only be located in zoning districts where permitted by the zoning ordinance. Section H6, screening, requires screening to provide a physical barrier and visual screen from adjacent properties. Section H7, front yard setbacks, requires a minimum front yard setback of 100 feet along public streets with prohibitions on buildings, parking lots, and other utility areas from being located within the setback. A 50-foot landscape or natural buffer is required to be maintained along said public street. Section H8, density requirements, limits density in multi-household land development projects to 7.71 units per acre for 1 and 2 bedroom units. However, as a comprehensive permit, Rhode Island general law mandates a density bonus of at least 5 units per acre for projects with public water and sewer that provide 25% affordable housing. These local and state requirements combine to allow a total density of at least 12.71 units per acre. This project proposes 311 units over 10.87 acres, which is a density of 28.6 units per acre. Under supplemental standards, limits uses in a major multi-household land development project to residential uses or uses customarily accessory thereto. The proposed project contemplates some retail uses, requires parking lots and driveways to be set back at least 15 feet from principal buildings. Most buildings appear to be less than 10 feet from parking areas or driveways. Minimum distance between buildings is 50 feet. This distance may be reduced to 25 feet for building ends with no windows. Distance between the amenities building, building 1 and building 2, and the distances between building 5 and 6 appear to be less than 30 feet on building ends with windows. Floor area of accessory uses is limited to 2.5% of the multi-household land development project's total residential floor areas with a maximum of 800 square feet per structure. 10% of the developable area approximately 5,653 square feet, must be dedicated to open space, type dictated by occupants and approved by planning board. So just wanted to go through those so that everyone is clear on the number of waivers being asked for. And of course, in a comprehensive permit, an applicant is allowed to completely ignore the town zoning ordinance and standards and ask for any density. And would also like to remind folks that once a master plan is approved, they have what's called vesting, in which the density remains the same going into preliminary, where you might get further details on things like engineering and stormwater and landscaping, but the density will remain the same unless there's some major change with regard to a state agency or something that's discovered that had not previously been made aware of. I'll stop for a minute to see if anyone else wants to.
Question.
Go ahead, Susan.
So I am intrigued by even the suggestion that we might be able to reduce the size of the number of units. And I appreciate that. I wonder if you could maybe, have you thought about if you were to reduce the full number of units to 275, would that eliminate a building? Would that make the buildings shorter or farther apart? Or what would your thought be about how you would reduce the overall development if you were to reduce by, 30 some odd units?
36, I think it is.
Yeah.
We don't know yet, and we really can't commit to how we would, we've been talking about this for the last 3 days of whether and how we could reduce units. So it would really not be appropriate for us to commit to how we're reducing them. There's several variables. You could end up with more green space, you could end up with more parking, you could end up with, like you said, a building being gone. We have no idea, and we really can't commit to that. But we thought that the sheer density and a reduction of that would be helpful to the town.
Thank you for considering that in your proposal. If you were to reduce by that number of units, the idea wouldn't be to proportionally increase the size of the units that you have. It would be to reduce the overall footprint.
Yeah, I don't think it would be to increase the size of the units.
Honestly, we haven't even considered.
Yeah, right.
Okay. But if you were to reduce it to 275, you would be willing to commit to the 30% LMI?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have one other question, and it might be engineering and not sure.
That's
if
fine,
you'd
we
like-
have Eric here.
Okay. So in going through all of the plans, and we've had these out for a while, did we receive some sort of documentation from the fire marshal about, I saw that there was documentation about sprinkler systems and fire apparatus. Do we know about turning radiuses and accessibility of fire trucks on the site? I could not find that in my materials.
Good evening. For the record, Eric Prevey, registered professional engineer with Taprit Engineering. No, nothing specific on fire for circulation and such. There would be a preliminary plan. We would ensure that we had that as well. So I've had discussions. We've had the technical review committee meeting that we had, and Union Marshal Bernier was there as well. We discussed this. We talked about sprinkler systems in all the buildings and providing that first response everywhere. Also talked about apparatus that can service this. And the fire marshal feels more than comfortable that this development can be adequately serviced. So.
Sorry, can be adequately serviced
Yeah.
by fire truck,
Yep.
turning radius, and
Just in general, had no concerns with the way that we have this proposed, both for the sprinklers, with the sprinklers and apparatus.
okay.
But we would, if I may, we would show turning radius at preliminary. We're going to have to show that. We're going to have to make sure the trucks can, so you will see that.
Just a couple of thoughts before we get to the public hearing. Initially, as I said at our last meeting, I thought that this project would be a great project because it appeared that it would be primarily industrial with a small housing component. Early on, board members made comments about the mass and scale of the project. That has been a concern from the onset. Thought that there would be a correction of stormwater and flooding issues, which has been there since APC was there. Every time there's any kind of a storm, half the parking lot would be roped off. Since this is a site that is basically totally impervious, the bar is set fairly low in terms of not increasing the net runoff. Covering the site with buildings, with roofs, despite some efforts made to capture the drainage, is really not improving the site as a whole, in my opinion. The comments relative to housing from folks, unfortunately, this board has no control over who lives in any of these developments. We can say URI students, we can say Airbnbs, we have zero control over that. So just so that everyone's clear on that. The waiver list that I read is concerning, and although comprehensive permits can ask for multiple waivers, and often there's the mindset that if you don't approve the comprehensive permit, that they will go to court and overturn your decision, and none of your findings or requirements will then come back to you. I worry about the adjacent industrial uses. There are several small industrial businesses adjacent to the site. Unfortunately, on this plan, there's only about a 30-foot setback between those businesses and the lot line, which has sort of random trees rather than a buffer and a walking path. As we heard from previous speakers at our last meeting, industrial uses are not considered compatible with residential uses. This is not something like, and I understand that the General Assembly has made changes that allow this. However, we are constantly talking about our lack of industrial space, wanting to support small businesses. Some of these small businesses do not have the size or the financial means to go to the Quonset Business Park. Therefore, this has been a good spot for them. And it seems as though, to me, this amounts to a de facto rezoning of industrial land without the ability or the right for business owners, property owners to be heard by the town council, such as they would if this were a rezoning project on behalf of the town. So those are just some of the concerns that I've had with this project, and those that have been voiced from other members of the board. I don't expect a response. So if there are no other comments at this point, this is a public hearing. It's only 8:20. I'd like to hear from the public. Please come up to the mic and state your name for the record.
It's John Kelly, a resident of West Kingston, and good evening, everyone. I learned of this project only about 2 weeks ago. The only documentation I have is this September memo from DePrete Engineering to the planning board, and it's based on this that I have a few questions. Are these still open for discussion?
Yes, if you state your questions, we will make sure that they get answered.
Yeah, it concerns the cost revenue and expense comparisons on page, well, it's not numbered, but it would be the third page. And also the amenities at the first page at the bottom, the last paragraph. The first question I have regarding the expenses is, why is there an annual cost to the town of $96,000?
If you just state all your questions,
Oh, okay.
and then we'll... try to get them answered.
All right. And with regard to that, who owns these units? Is this owned by the town? Okay. And the third thing is, with regard, again, to that annual expense of $96,000, I look at the amenities, like an in-ground swimming pool, a fitness center, a fire pit, and things like that. Why is that necessary if this is affordable housing? And that's it.
Thank you.
Shall I sit down?
Yes.
Okay.
You can come back up if you have more questions later.
Hi all, Josh Port speaking on behalf of the Affordable Housing Committee. It makes sense that the committee would be here to speak in favor of this project, but I do want to remind everybody that our committee exists to respond to a need that the town has identified. This isn't just a passion project for us. This is the town that has said, we need affordable housing, and this is one of the vehicles by which we do this, okay? Even just a quote from the town's comprehensive plan, appropriately scaled housing in a variety of types and sizes and serving households with a variety of income levels is critical to the long-term sustainability of South Kingstown. So why is that? Why did the town say this in its own comprehensive plan? So we need this in order for our local businesses to thrive. We need this for town employees to be able to live close to where they work. Like these are needs that are not currently met. I don't really need to go on and on about the need. I think everybody, even the folks who are a little skeptical about the project, are really on the same page that it is a extreme need. But really, in this case, this is a project that, as we've discussed, is a comprehensive permit project, right? They don't need to follow town zoning. They can request whatever waivers they would like. It just so happens that in this case, we have a developer that has a sort of a symbiotic use where they have a industrial use right next door that can benefit from having housing. We have a university that I've spoken to folks at who are very excited about this as a place where staff, where faculty, where grad students could potentially live. And I know there's been some concerns on that front with undergrads and such. We've had testimony in this very chamber about the fact that you can do a lot to sort of push the project towards certain kinds of residents. For example, things like year-round leases and such that can discourage this from the feared worst-case scenario of being, for example, an undergrad overrun space. So, another thing to say about this. This is on a site we've talked about, stormwater and industrial land, et cetera. This site has been underutilized or vacant for a long time. Like I was looking back to West Kingston town plan stuff from 2015, and they were talking about it as being underutilized. And we know it took a while between Schneider Electric and NORPAC coming in. So when I'm looking at this, not as a non-expert, it just looks like there's not a huge amount of latent demand evident there. And what they're doing is they're taking a parking lot that has no stormwater management whatsoever, it's just impervious surface, and turning it into something that is responding to an extreme town need. We've had testimony in here as well about how this is not a project that would pencil out for most for-profit developers, and the fact that we just have a industrial use that gets a benefit out of this themselves while also responding to a town need is one of the only reasons that this can even be proposed. So really my question is, if we're not going to do it here at this site now with this developer, when is there going to be a better option? Like the town really needs to move the needle on affordable housing. It builds really small amounts of units every year. And we're going to need to do some sort of chunk gains at some point in order to really move the needle. So just wanted to express our support for this particular project for doing that. So thank you all.
Thank you. Could we have an answer, if possible, to Mr. Kelly's questions about the annual cost to the town and about the cost revenue? Is that something that someone can answer? Just turn the mic on, thanks.
Mr. Lombardo did expect to be here, but he was diagnosed with COVID this morning, so that's why he's not here. In terms of the cost to the town, most of that relates to a mathematical equation regarding students. And as Mr. Lombardo reported in his memo, and I think I summarized in our narrative that we provided, the enrollment in South Kingstown is going down every year. I mean, I looked at the numbers year to year. It's at least 100 kids are leaving South Kingstown School District. Over the last 10 years, well over 1,000 children have left the school district. So you have to provide a number that associates with what it costs to send a child to South Kingstown schools. And that number, kind of put us over the top of it being a net expense to the town of $93,000. But in fairness and in reality, you're not going to have that kind of cost because, as I said, enrollment's going down. If there's 12 kids or even if there's 24 kids, they're not all going to be in the same classroom. You're not going to have to hire another teacher. You're not going to have to build another building. There's plenty of ways to talk about fiscal impact, but it really is a mathematical equation. I think Mr. Lombardo said at a point in time, based on numbers that he gets from the tax assessor and the superintendent and what you're spending on public safety. So there's a number associated for every person that's going to live there. So I don't know if that helps, but it is mathematically $93,000 in cost to the town.
Thank you.
Hi, hello. I'm Cheryl Dyer. I live in West Kingston. I travel these roads every day. I know the numbers that she's saying. I know they're mathematical, but I can tell you I work in a school district, and yes, our numbers are decreasing, but also the amount of people or children that could come into that unit could impact our district greatly. We redistrict our schools just a short while ago, and these children would be going to West Kingston or the high school, Broad Rock. So I think you need to look at that too as something that could impact the town. Another whole problem that could come into this. Another one of my issues that I guess I'm curious about, and maybe you can answer it for me. Do sewers run down that road? And if they do run down that road, right now, I believe, and you can answer this for me also, our sewage goes to the Narragansett pumping station. And I believe that station is at pretty much full capacity. If we keep bringing in large developments into our town like that, where is that going to put us? Just recently, I looked in the paper the other day, just happened to see that Narragansett is looking into building another pumping station. I don't know if that's including us, but it was in the, let's see, it was in the newspaper just recently on January 23rd. Narragansett's town council has been looking at this. And my contacts moved, so I'm going to try to read it. In the newspaper, it said, sorry.
I don't think you need to read the whole article.
I
We'll
just
take your
wanted
word
to
for
read
it.
like a quote from them, stating what they are looking at, what their town council is looking at. And it says, the town council will set limits on where and how the growth comes from. I can't see it. Can you help me, John? Can someone help me read this part?
Mr. Kelly has his glasses.
No, it's my contact moved. It's just this one right here. It said.
Starting where?
So this is the town council looking
So
at.
Mr. Kelly's going to read this for you.
Right there.
Starting here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It sets clear limits on where and how growth can occur and promises to avoid approving developments that the system can't support. How are we addressing that?
I guess, the surge problem. I know that's going to be an influx of surge going down to Narragansett, where we use. I don't know, we're paying for that. That's part of those numbers that they're talking about, the students. Those numbers can increase significantly. And I also think the municipalities can also be an issue. These are their numbers. I don't know that they're quite right.
Thank you. Mark, is this something that DPS can enlighten us on? Do you have any idea?
Not at this time. We haven't reviewed that.
Again, Madam Chair, just through the permitting process, this application and project is proposed to be serviced with water and sewer, goes to facilities off-site. They will not be able to get their building permits or final approvals if they cannot provide wastewater treatment or bring water to the site. So again, a lot can happen between now and shoveling ground. But again, I believe Mr. Bourbonnais, in discussions with the department and information that's been submitted, has testified that there is capacity within the existing system at this point in time to provide sewer service to the site.
Thanks, Jamie. Peter?
Chair, just to comment on that article. So the town of South Kingstown actually operates the sewage plant that's in Narragansett. It's a regional plant that they have an agreement between Narragansett, South Kingstown, and URI to split the sewage capacity between them. Narragansett has been running up against its allotted sewage capacity where it's had to purchase capacity from URI. So in Narragansett, they do have an issue, which is their sewage capacity is going beyond the agreement. It's not a South Kingstown issue. So I just wanted to give that context.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Amy Crawford. I am on the Affordable Housing Committee, but I'm not speaking for them in particular tonight. I just wanted to pick up on just a couple of things that were said. One is that I was going to sort of remind the audience that concerns about traffic and runoff and sewage and that kind of thing, that all still has to be permitted even after an approval is made, by my understanding. And I just wanted to respond a little bit to the thought that the planning board, that, your main responsibility is not to provide affordable housing, but to just sort of pick up on that, housing, well, and Josh said it too, housing is such a critical issue. How can it not be a priority? And I don't mean, ignoring anything else, but I believe it needs to be a priority for all levels of housing for our town to keep it thriving. And then, there's a word that is an acceptable and commonly used word. It's not in the character of the town. And personally, that bothers me a little bit because I feel like we also need to grow. We need young people coming into our town, and I don't know that adding new things to our town disrupts the character of our town. You can still be a beautiful historic town and not have to have Victorian homes, but maybe those cornices are enough to make things cohesive and feel good. At the same time, we're housing people. There is such a shortage of housing in this state. I just don't know how character can be the main driving force. And the only other thing that I wanted to say is that I guess I say I took a little bit of offense. Again, this is personally, but that our letter was very thoughtfully over several meetings, the letter that we submitted to you, and AI was not used. That was all of us sitting at the table and coming to consensus about what we felt was most important information to share with you. So that's it for me.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Bethany Curtis. My husband and I own 141 Fairgrounds Road. We are directly across the street from the proposed development. I would like to again state our objection to the project for the number of reasons, including traffic issues, expense to the town and its infrastructure, safety on Fairgrounds Road, and the fact that the variances being requested will also set a number of negative precedents for future developments in town. However, we object primarily because you are giving up one of the few potential industrial locations in town. This development is a New Jersey-sized complex being dropped in the middle of the village of West Kingston. This proposal estimates only 9 children entering the school system, yet they have a playground proposed for those little 9 children. Really? With 200 bedroom units, I think it's safe to assume that at least 50% will have at least one child. Based on the Rhode Island Department of Education's 2023 per pupil chart, the cost per child to educate a child in South Kingstown was $26,354. So the 9 children estimated would cost $237,186. For 25, it will cost the taxpayers $638,850. For 50, it would cost over $1.3 million per year, and we know those costs will increase. These numbers are 2 years old. So instead of having an industrial site that would generate $50,000 to $130,000 of revenue with virtually no cost to the town's infrastructure, this proposal will cost the taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars and put stress on the school system, safety, and sewers. How many children can West Kingston Elementary School absorb before redistricting will be required? Is it fair for the taxpayers to have tax increases to cover one development? One of the members of your committee mentioned in the first meeting that his experience is that affordable housing units have more than one child, so this estimate will probably be low. Also, as a business owner, we were required to create a detention pond equal to 1/10 of our property when we developed it. We have a 5-acre parcel and we have a 1/2 acre of retention pond. This 20-acre parcel currently has detention ponds, but this proposal eliminates basically all of them. That leaves no place for runoff of either of the 10-acre sites. Based on what the other businesses on Fairground Road have had to create, this total site should have approximately 2 acres of ponds for runoff. Where will that go? Into the sewer system? We're on an aquifer, so runoff is a real concern. This development was originally proposed for housing for NORPAC employees. How many employees do they actually have working at the facility? There are only 20 to 30 cars in that lot at any given day. So so if they want to provide a place for their staff, this proposal could be cut down to 50 units, and it would allow for their employees as well as have an affordable component. I hate to see one of the last industrial sites in town allowed to become a residential zone, but if you must, at least make the only variance allowed to be bringing the development down to something that neighbors and the town can accept. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Alan Pickering. I live in West Kingston. I'd like to applaud some of the comments I heard tonight, thoughtful comments about some of the concerns, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time because I know you've heard the same thing the last 2 meetings. I'll just go over the few highlights for me personally. Community character. You know, West Kingston really is a small town. This, to me, is a gargantuan proposal, seems totally out of character, and if you were to believe the proponents' characterization, yes, we need more affordable housing. Why not let them build an 8, 10-story building at this location, irrespective of all the technical reasons with runoff and so forth? I drive Fairgrounds Road every day, and you probably all know the traffic situation there. It can be horrendous at times. They had a traffic study they submitted probably when URI was out of session. But as you mentioned, it backs up to Route 2. I think in previous meetings, someone got up and spoke about the need to get fire equipment in there, school buses, issue with the traffic. In particular, this weekend with the snowstorm, if you've been down Fairgrounds Road, it's even narrower than at other times. It seems to me like there would certainly be people walking on that road from this proposal. That would be unsafe with the traffic, and I think, again, it was mentioned traffic from this facility would be heading south, which would be a burden on my neighbors on Liberty Lane. Bottom line, I think, is just common sense. Ask yourself if this really makes sense for this area. To me, it doesn't. They've argued that it's near a traffic hub. The train station is a hub to maybe Providence, Boston. It's not going to act as a hub for people living in the immediate area. I guess to summarize, everyone here has kind of mentioned the reservations. The last thing that comes to mind is there was a proposal or a petition we submitted. I think it was the last meeting. There were maybe 20 or 30 signatures on that petition. But there was an online petition as well. I don't know how many signatures were on that petition, but that should give you an idea of the local feeling about this proposal, which again, I think is totally out of character. Thank you.
And we only have one page in our packet of the petition. It says 8 pages, but we only have the first page of it.
Okay, I can see if I have that at home.
I'm not
Copy
sure
and
what
submit
the number of signatures was, because that wasn't provided to us.
Yeah, I didn't circulate all of the pages of signatures. I figured the substance of what was written in the petition was what was important.
it. Okay, and I don't know if that was the written petition. I know there was an online petition that was going around, but I have no idea how many people signed that.
I submitted what we have in the file. If it's online, if nobody submitted it,
Right,
we don't have it.
We wouldn't get that. Can you tell us how many signatures were on the one that you submitted? It just says 8 pages, so.
It might have been close to 30.
Okay,
I'm not really sure.
thank you.
Okay.
I'd also like to ask one of the engineers to explain the stormwater situation, since that's popped up tonight, but we didn't talk about it tonight. Can someone explain the stormwater management?
Sure. I can tell you, at least from, for the record, Eric Prevey, Deprete Engineering. So at least for the conceptual master plan level, our game plan is to treat all of the buildings with roof runoff, take all the roof runoff, take it directly into roof leaders and infiltrate directly on site. So we can take that from the roofs, put it directly in the ground. Also for the pavement, we'll be treating that pre-treatment and water quality improvements to DEM's low impact development and treating it directly in the ground as well. So taking and improving. Again, I understand when there was a statement made about changing some of the impervious. Rooftop runoff has a very different characteristic of a parking lot / asphalt also, and I think that's important to note. So even though there is some impervious on the site, changing to rooftop is also important as well, but that'll all be infiltrated on site. As you know, these are also provided at the preliminary plan stage. We usually give, I can imagine a project, by the time we break down the watersheds and such, it'll probably be about a 300-page document that will be reviewed by the Department of Environmental Management. They have a biologist and engineer that reviews it, and it'll also be given to the public services as well to review. So that will all be provided. We need to prove that we have a net reduction from pre-development to post-development for the 2 through 100-year storm events. with the water quality improvements as well.
But you're not going to eliminate any of the impervious surfaces as is currently, and the threshold is just not to increase the amount of runoff in pre-development conditions, which is mostly impervious.
Correct.
So-
Well, I want to make sure I answered that properly, because existing conditions, where the proposed development is for the development itself, is effectively a lot of mostly impervious surface for parking lots. And we will be looking at picking up that either through the asphalt and treating it on site and/or through the roof runoff, so.
Good evening, Rich Morrissey. I am a member of the Affordable Housing Committee, but I'm not speaking on their behalf. I'm speaking on my own. I hear a lot of speculation here tonight, not a lot of fact, in terms of student populations, traffic, water runoff, all of that. I urge you to deal with facts in your decision-making and not speculation. Because speculation will lead us to directions that may or may not be the intended consequence we're looking for at the end of the day. The thing that runs through my mind is if NORPAC was standing here tonight talking about expanding their manufacturing capacity and adding 3 shifts and bringing 1,500 people into that site, would we be having the same conversation about, I don't want that business here, I don't want that economic impact here, I don't want that traffic? So I think we need to balance the conversation around the economics of the town, the economics of what NORPAC is trying to do for themselves and for the town, and the future of where South Kingstown is going from a viability perspective. The more we stay the same, the less we grow. The other thing I will emphasize is, and I've heard it multiple times tonight, this isn't about affordable housing. It's about housing. And they have offered to include affordable housing in that process. So as we think about what this town needs, and it does need a lot of affordable housing, but it also needs a lot of housing. And we will not get another opportunity like this in this town for a long time. So I urge you to think about that in the context of the benefit it can provide to the town. Yes, it will change. It will provide some different character, which may be good, may not be good, but every change happening in this town changes the character of the town. Sheldon's is no longer Sheldon's. It's now going to become a boutique hotel. It changes a bit of the character of the town. The facade is the same, but the reality of what happens inside is not. So I just encourage all of us as we think about what's good for the town from a planning board perspective, from a housing perspective, from an economic perspective, from a school perspective, from an environmental perspective, that we think beyond just this conversation about housing, too big, too small, in the context of where we're going. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm not disagreeing that the town needs more housing.
Could you just restate your name for the record,
I'm sorry,
please?
Cheryl Dyer. I'm not disagreeing that we need more housing, but this project is pretty massive, and the impact that it's going to have on the area is going to be significant. So I didn't have this before, but I have it now. It's been in my paperclip. This is a petition that I'd like to bring forward to you. I think there's probably at least 50 signatures on here. And this is just pretty much my local West Kingston people. This isn't even the town of South Kingston. So I hope you'll consider everything that everyone said here tonight and look at all those things and figure out how we're going to move forward with this.
Thank you. You can submit it to staff.
Madam Chair, just for clarity, we were handed a piece of paper that just contains signature. It's not in the form of a petition. It is just a signature page. So I just want to make it clear what we've received and what we're putting in the file.
Perhaps Ms. Dyer can fill us in at some point after this next speaker on what is missing from that page. There must be a cover page that was associated with it.
Hi, Susan Gordon, West Kingston. If we're talking about hard facts, there's some other hard facts and costs to the town besides the cost to schools and things like that. I want to go back to the Village Comprehensive Plan. I'm quoting from it right here. While the development pressures certainly are important to consider for residents, business owners, and town leadership, market processes alone do not define land policy decisions. So, as we know, this development is contiguous with Great Swamp. Great Swamp Management Area is 3,350 acres. And I'm sure all of you have heard people say when someone's coming south from the city, they hit Route 4, all of a sudden they can breathe. There's a reason why. Many of you probably have heard the analogy that the Amazon is the lungs of the world. Well, I would contend that Great Swamp is the lungs of southern Rhode Island, and it provides what are called ecosystem services. It protects our watershed and filters out water before it gets there. It recycles water in the water cycle. It cleans our air and adds oxygen and reduces our temperature. Those are things that are pretty valuable, and it's hard to put it in equation, but actually you could. I don't have that data, but you actually could. But looking at this development and the numbers, hard facts here, water use. Water use, yeah, the estimation is that one unit uses 150 gallons per day. So the total use, which is the use that DePrete actually presented, is 460,000 gallons per day. And that is only 17% of the flow of the groundwater per day, which could be supported by a groundwater supply under normal conditions. In an extremely dry year, it is 50% of our groundwater flow. 50% is a lot, which means Chickasha Brook is going to be reduced in depth, which increases predation. It's going to increase, it's going to change pH, it's going to change temperature, it's going to change oxygenation, which means many species aren't going to survive. We look at other environmental factors. 4-story buildings are going to have a lot of glass, and that's a known cause of major mortality to birds. So who cares about birds? Well, I do, and you should. There are 200 species of breeding birds in Great Swamp, not including migratories. This is going to be a huge hazard to them, not just the glass, but with the lighting. We know NORPAC keeps its lights on all night, which is bad enough, but to have 6 4-story buildings going to have a huge impact on migratory birds. Other impacts, big impact on amphibians and reptiles. If you look at the traffic statement, it doesn't include Liberty Lane at all. That's hard to believe. There are going to be cars going on Liberty Lane. just 1 car per hour has a serious, serious impact on reptiles and amphibians crossing. And they are going to cross because you've got Chickasha Brook, and it goes right through Great Swamp. We have 8 species of turtles in Great Swamp. 3 of them are rare or species of concern. Turtles, yeah, they're in the water. Most species are in the water most of the time, but to lay their eggs, they have to get to well-drained, sunny spots. That's why you find them in your backyard digging a hole. Those are the females that have to lay eggs. They can't cross those roads without being hit, especially if we have an increase in traffic. Frogs and salamanders, we have about 8 species of both. 4 species of each are either endangered or rare or of concern in Great Swamp. Those guys are what are called vernal pool breeders. They have to leave the permanent water bodies and go to seasonal water to breed, or they can't breed, they'll die. Snakes, we have, I think, 8 species of those. Again, 4 species are either endangered or of concern. These are Chris Razel's numbers, not mine. The head herpetologist, he was head herpetologist for DEM. Snakes are very, very predisposed to mortality from cars because they have to move to get their prey, and they have an unfortunate habit of basking on hard surfaces because they're warm, and then they're hit. Now you'd think, well, maybe they'll learn if they get hit. No, because smaller animals are killed when they're hit, and they can't learn if they're killed, and they can't pass on the information to stay away from roads to other members of their species. So, these things all seem little, but they're not. Because every time you lose one species, you lose 10 others. And this frays at the fabric of the ecosystem that we depend on, both for our own enjoyment and ecosystem services that I just mentioned. So there are other costs to the town, and those are hard facts. Those are just not character and mushy things or anything. Those are hard facts. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Bennett. I'm a resident of West Kingston. I'm a Johnny-come-lately. I've only been there for 47 years. I'm also a licensed engineer in the state of Rhode Island. I've been one of those for 50 years. So I have a passing interest in some of this stuff. As I look at this plan, I'm going to say the physical size of this is huge. It's probably bigger than the train station at Wakeford Junction by a good margin. So we're going to plunk something like this down in the middle of West Kingston. I think it's a bit much. The drainage is a problem. What are you going to do with the rainfall runoff? The whole area is flat as a pancake. People don't know it. It's called the Kingston Plains, and it's called the Kingston Plains for a reason. So you're going to have trouble with the runoff. You're going to have trouble with the groundwater table. Engineering can solve a lot of those problems, I know, because I've done it. The other problem you have is, what are you going to do with the sewage? And I don't know if it has public water. I know there's a sewage force main that went under the railroad tracks years ago. I'm going back maybe 30 years. I know that because I was the project manager for the unit at the DOT that did the Kingston Station. And I remember when the force main was jacked underneath. I don't know if it was jacked or whether it was a directional board, but it was done one way or the other. I don't know if there's any public water over there. The other problem is you can't put any of those utilities on that bridge. The bridge is not able to take any kind of utility like that. It's not designed to handle it. The next problem you're going to have is the intersection at Fairgrounds Road and 138. That's going to have to be completely rebuilt. It's already got problems. The sight distance coming over the bridge is not good. And if you take the traffic increase from this development, you're going to put a lot of people in jeopardy. It's already bad. I go through it every day. And I'll tell you right now, it scares me. It's scared me since I was a young engineer. And I will say this, it has to be rebuilt, and you're probably going to lose at least the one house on the southwest corner, and maybe the house on the northwest corner, because that whole western side is going to have to get picked up to increase the sight distance. I don't know if the DOT has any plans for that or not. Going through all of that, all I can say is this, putting this in the middle of West Kingston is totally inappropriate. It's just not what needs to be done. Put it in the middle of Wakefield. There's plenty of grocery stores. There's plenty of amenities. Out in West Kingston, there's no place to go. I know. I live there. There's no walking paths. You can go down to the Great Swamp if you want. The only thing that you've got as an amenity is the South County Bike Path, which is a nice piece of infrastructure, but that's all there is. Other than that, you're walking on streets. And that's about really the crux of the matter. So thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thank you.
To state my name again. Okay. Cheryl Dyer. This is the cover letter that can go with that.
It's now a few minutes after 9. Generally, the board takes a 5-minute break around this time, so if everyone is in agreement, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Sorry for the delay. We are back in session here. I don't believe that anyone else has, excuse me?
We were in the middle of public hearing when we took
Ah, so if there's someone else who would like to speak, please come up to the mic.
Rob, if you can. How's that? Here we go. My name is Rob DeLuise. I'm a resident of South Kingston, the famous south end of Liberty Lane. I have a couple of questions, a couple of concerns, and a couple of facts to go over. So bear with me, please. I've been following this from the beginning, and I have quite the vested interest in this project. So first thing I want to talk about is what's required from the town as far as the infrastructure for the support services for this project. What I mean by that is I hear a lot of noise about, you know, the train station is close and there's services for the low-income housing. What's the town's commitment to that? I haven't heard that answered yet to this point. I've also asked several times for the traffic study and the date of said traffic study. I haven't seen it presented yet as well. And to my understanding, it also does not include Liberty Lane at all, which is also a little concerning to me as well. The current construction of several warehouse-style buildings already on Liberty Lane and Fairgrounds have yet to even be opened. We haven't seen the impact of those buildings yet, so I think that's also important to take that into consideration as we start talking about this project. I also haven't seen the answer given as to how much industrial land is left in South Kingston to be developed, because as we know, if we give up this land, there's no getting it back. I want to know what happens to the property if it turns out not to be a viable business. Who's on the hook? And are the entities set to be sold individually between the housing and the actual corporate? Who's managing it? And what experience level do they maintain to carry these things through? I'd like to know how the town ordinances and laws are going to be enforced and interpreted, since this is going to be a very unique situation with residential units sandwiched inside an industrial park. If the industrial park has a set opening time of a third shift, how does that noise ordinance not affect the buildings, the residents? And how is that going to be enforced? Are we talking about a separate rule book in this instance? URI's construction begins tomorrow. 1,100 new beds. In 3 months, there's another 400 beds planned for the reconstruction of the graduate village, which at that point should help with the affordable housing for those students. I hope to see you in attendance at those meetings. We haven't taken into consideration the traffic flow. We don't even know what the impact of any of that is going to be on the area. We talk about the sewage caps and the use, and we're giving URI is giving space to Narragansett. Can they afford to do so with the amount of over 1,500 beds coming to their area? And now we're talking about another 300 plus, not counting the industrial warehouses that we just put in. Nobody has talked about it at all. Very concerning. We talk about the traffic studies, we talk about the wildlife on the roads, we hear about the commitments and the things that need to be done, yet I haven't heard anybody come up with a plan. I personally have spent several years trying to come up with a plan between the highway department and the local police department just to try and address the simple fact that my 3 kids can't bike down the road. We're talking about a large volume of traffic at this point. We're talking about 18-wheelers that can't even get down the road and get around an S-curve without somebody walking down the road, let alone driving a car in the opposite direction. Yesterday, not even due to the snowstorm, we had lumber trucks from Arnold Lumber taking up the entire intersection in a radius turn to continue down 138. So I want you to explain to me between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. how you expect commuters, workers, school buses, 18-wheelers, and God forbid emergency services to get down that road. I want to know what the plan is to keep my family safe. I'm on the outskirts of town. I'm the last one out there. How are you getting to me? What support services are there? We're saying, oh, the fire department can cover it. It's a volunteer fire department. It's backed up by URI. What's the response time when there's traffic on the road and they can't get down the intersection? What effect does that have? I haven't heard anybody talk about light pollution. It's a concern, and it should be considered. We talk about it in Charlestown. We talk about it in dark areas. We're out in the turf farms out there, folks. It absolutely has effect on migratory patterns of nature out there. We have a brand new 60-acre plot of land that's been donated federally to the Audubon Society. No one has talked about the impact on that land. No one has talked about the impact on the Great Swamp. We talk about runoff. We talk about concerns with how are we going to deal with sewage. What's the impact in the greater area? Is anyone even aware that the original retention pond on that property was built for the fair animals to drink out of? If you don't know the history of the area, you can't go forward and plan what's happening here. And you can't plan and say, well, in 30, 40 years when something changes, this is what we'll do. None of us will have a piece in that pie. So what are we doing? I don't want to talk about character. Characters, that's an opinion. Fine. It's an atrocity to say that something that's 60 feet high, as I've referenced many times in front of all of you, is higher than this building, is higher than the courthouse down the street, is higher than the tower that is historically preserved right now across from the train station. So don't talk to me about character. Talk to me about facts. Talk to me about how we're going to service the residents of this town, which is the primary function of this planning commission. Isn't about affordable housing. It's not being toyed with a carrot that gets bigger as our soul gets smaller. Let's talk about how we're going to take care of ourselves. Let's talk about the empty plots of land that are already here in this town that we don't have a plan for. Yes, this is very tempting. Sure is. When you start shining up the apple, it looks great. But let's peel it back. Let's look at this from 50,000 feet and get a real sense of what this means for our area and our town, and the surrounding towns for that matter. Because when you talk about losing industry and you talk about losing business, what are we doing to our neighbors? Now my road is just a cut through for somebody to get somewhere else, not to stay in my area, not to stay in my town. I have to drive 15 minutes to get groceries from where I am. Doesn't matter which way I go. Richmond, North Kingston, downtown Wakefield. I have an Extra Mart and an ice cream truck. That's it. There's nothing else out there. So if you're talking about affordable housing living on DoorDash, then I think our priorities are a little mixed up. So what are we doing about that? Well, we talk about amenities. We talk about a potential commercial space inside the park. That's priced out of the area. We can do nothing about the college kids that are inevitably going to take over this place. There's nothing we can do about it. So how do we manage it? At what expense do we manage it? At what expense do I manage it? And my family and my neighbors? It's easy to say when you're downtown, not so easy when you're out there, because there's nothing else out there. And this isn't it. I thank you for your time, and I hope you consider everything I've said.
Thank you. There are quite a few questions that were just asked, and I will try to go through them and see if we can get some answers. Some of them are questions that I think are meant for planning board members to consider. The first one was what's required in South Kingstown relative to infrastructure. We heard a little bit from Mark and Jamie about the sewer. We haven't heard a lot about water. So I don't know if that's something you would like to, I'll just go through what I wrote down as quickly as possible. Traffic study, I believe the applicant hired a traffic engineer who did do a study, which he presented at one of our earlier meetings. The current construction of the, can't even read my own writing, the current construction of the warehouses adjacent to the site, which have not yet come online, if I interpreted that correctly. How much industrial land is left? Why don't we start with those and see if we can get some answers from folks? And please correct, I've only gone through halfway, but correct me if I've left
Thank you. I
anything.
just want to clarify on the traffic study. So one was presented. The dates that were given were out of session for URI. It was also mentioned that there was potentially another study that was done while school was in session. And again, Liberty Lane was not included in that traffic study, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. And are you asking for input from the traffic engineer who did the study, or are you making the point that Liberty Lane was not included?
Both.
And that's...
Both.
Okay. I believe he's here tonight. So why don't we start with that, and then we'll continue through the list.
For the record, Paul Bannon with Crossman Engineering. Yes, we completed a traffic study for the project. Yes, it was completed during URI in session. We collected data back in April before we completed the report over the summer. But yes, and we looked at Fairgrounds Road and Liberty Lane, as it is a continuous roadway with two different names. But yes, we looked at that continuous road between Route 2 and Route 138 as part of our study.
And can you enlighten us on what your conclusions were with regard to that portion of the study?
The Fairgrounds Road is a very lightly traveled road, roughly 1,500 vehicles per day. During the peak hour, ranges between 125 to 150 vehicles per hour. So it's a very lightly traveled road. Previous use of this property, there were over 1,000 employees on the site. So that stretch of road was much more heavily traveled back when this site was a full industrial use property. So reuse of the property, or full reuse of the property under this scenario results in substantially less volumes of traffic on that section of road. In relation for infrastructure, the Department of Transportation is improving, has under design the Route 138 between Route 2 and Route 108. They're upgrading all the traffic signals, putting in turn lanes, putting in sidewalks. So that section of Route 138, specifically impacted by this project, is going to be fully reconstructed, including bridge replacements.
And just to follow up on that, do you know that the funding exists for things like sidewalks and other improvements?
As part of
Given DOT's current circumstances with the Washington Bridge and all that
It is
stuff.
a design-build project, so the funding is in place.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Current construction of the warehouses that still to come online. I don't know if anyone has any knowledge of that. Jamie?
Just, there are multiple projects that have been approved in the area. You have projects associated with Fairgrounds Road and South County Post and Beam. You also, on the other side of the train tracks on the southeasterly portion of Liberty, there is one existing warehouse manufacturing space that does cake supplies, and there were 2 additional buildings approved for that site. Again, they're separated by the train tracks, so Liberty doesn't go all the way through anymore. But again, the traffic analysis did contemplate existing background traffic. It also contemplates future traffic associated with this. And also the traffic plan is not required until preliminary, even though they submitted one at master plan.
I do think that given the location and the proximity to the university, a traffic study and traffic is kind of uppermost in the minds of all of those who live in the area, including myself. How much industrial land is left? Do we know?
We did not do a calculation on that because even knowing the number, we don't know the utilization, the future plans for that industrial space. You have substantial holdings in Wakefield, north of Wakefield, that's existing concrete manufacturing, which has significant laydown area over large acreage holdings. We also have industrial complexes that are zoned industrial, but don't have industrial in them. They have services and retail. So I want to say knowing the number may be good for discussion, but it's not pertinent to the application process because it's not a factor that can be considered under the comprehensive planning review process.
Well, there is a map in our comprehensive community plan that does show the delineation of the various zoning districts, and you can see that it's very small indeed. Percentage-wise, I think I asked the question, and I'm not sure if it ever got answered or if it was calculated. What if this is not a viable business? Is it likely that there's going to be some subdivision that would separate NORPAC from this project? I don't know if that's articulates your question well enough, but.
Yes, at preliminary plan, we will be proposing.
Oh, just restate your name,
Sorry,
please.
Kelly Morris Salvatore. At preliminary plan, we will be proposing I guess it would be a minor subdivision as part of the preliminary plan to subdivide the two areas.
Let's see. Who manages it? I guess with a subdivision, it could potentially be sold, so that question is kind of unclear.
I think that's been testified to at length. This is a family business. They intend to keep this long-term. That's the intent. They hold their properties for a long time. It's several generations of this family. There's no intent to sell it.
Thanks. How South Kingstown laws are interpreted and enforced. I'm not sure what the answer would be to that question, other than the fact that the comprehensive permits seek to override local regulations.
The only thing I can say on the enforcement issue as it relates to any ordinance or any zoning regulations, there's an assumption that landowners and or applicants will follow their permits and be compliant with any permit that is issued. If they are found to be in non-compliance, there are legal remedies under the law for enforcement, and the majority of those now would be heard in municipal court, since the town has established that versus Superior Court. So again, regulatory approvals relate to approval and what's constructed. When someone's outside of those approvals, it becomes an enforcement action, and again, penalties are laid out in law and ordinances.
So it would be up to the town to enforce any problems going forward?
Town, or if it's a state regulation, state regulatory authority.
Okay. The next one was URI has 1,100 new beds and then 400. This will increase the traffic flow. How has that been addressed, if at all?
So the university has a master plan that they have adopted as it relates to their campus. Their permitting process is with the state, not the local municipality. I know a number of their residential units that they're constructing are to alleviate pressure on, we'll use the term doubling up of what they already have. I don't know what the number is as it relates to cars per new dorm unit, but I know the university has restrictions for incoming freshmen, I believe sophomores, for not being able to have cars. But again, this municipality is not in control of how many students the University of Rhode Island decides to enroll, whether on campus, off campus, commuters. That is something beyond the scope of this board or the community. University of Rhode Island functions as a separate entity under its governing bodies as laid out in Rhode Island law.
Thanks, and I do think the speaker was well aware of that when he said, when he made reference to it. The highway department and the police department cannot manage the road. Yesterday, there were lumber trucks taking up the entire roadway and intersection. School buses can barely get down the road. Volunteer fire department. I think the questions are not about traffic counts per se, but the volume, the capacity, the flow. I'm not expecting you to answer that. I just thought I would attempt to clarify his question. Light pollution, I don't think that has been discussed. Migratory patterns, we had one speaker, Ms. Gordon, who brought up wildlife concerns, climate change, and environmental issues that really have not been discussed or seem to be part of this conversation. That probably goes along with the Audubon property, the Great Swamp, that was brought up. It doesn't seem as though we have integrated that into our conversations, despite the fact that we do have a climate change section in our comprehensive community plan. We have many statements relative to the environment. They don't always seem to, from what I can see, translate into policy or decisions. Often it's left up to DEM as far as things like wetlands. Impact to the greater area, the detention pond that was originally for fair animals. I guess that's an engineering question, but the engineers always tell us that they can fix any kind of stormwater issues. What did I leave out?
Mr. Kelly had questions too.
Sorry to drag you up there, but you did ask a lot of good questions, and I just...
Yeah, no.
Just as a follow-up to the question on light pollution, our zoning regulations and regulatory world that we work in does require all lighting to be night sky compliant.
Dark sky compliant, yes.
We have provisions within our regulations which result from policy statements and prior plans, so there have been regulatory changes over the years to be dark sky compliant.
And we wouldn't see that level of detail until the preliminary
Not
plan.
until
However, an application will be vested with density if they have their master plan approved, just so you understand the process.
Understood. I just want to revisit the comment about the municipality and the traffic that comes from URI. Understandable that URI has traffic, but what you're not taking into consideration is the effect of that traffic on the area outside of URI. That's what's not being taken into consideration, and that is an actual piece that needs to be considered, because the amount of traffic, if you want to tell me that 138 isn't URI traffic and that it's for some other purpose, I'd like to hear that discussion.
Could I add a comment in terms of lighting? So the regulations that you refer to are for outside lighting only, not windows, right? Interior lights, right?
Exterior.
Right, so in other words, you're not stopping light pollution from all those high windows with lights on inside?
Nor have any regulatory requirements of any other facility in this community, including your home, about having dark shades in your windows.
Right, I just wanted to clarify what you were saying. That's only dark sky compliant for exterior lighting.
In essence, associated with spotlights, street lights, and any, we'll call it campus lighting.
Right.
I think, Maria, you just asked me a question. You were asking me a question, and Robin asked one in the interim. With regards to the traffic in URI, I can attest, being the planner in this community, that every vehicle that's on Route 138 is not attributed to the University of Rhode Island. There is potentially a significant amount of background traffic when URI is not in session, and there is more traffic on 138 when URI is in session. But there are other factors beyond the town of South Kingstown that affect traffic patterns on Route 138, including choices made by the federal government to increase employment statuses at facilities in Middletown associated with the Coast Guard Academy and NOAA's, who needs to bring on 2,000 to 3,000 new employees who are going to need housing. And depending on where those people choose housing are going to determine impact background on traffic in 138. Housing that's built in North Kingstown or Narragansett potentially affects traffic on 138. The amount of train service that goes into the Amtrak building affects traffic on 138. The fact that people invest in Richmond, Rhode Island, with regards to the lumber industry or other developments, impacts traffic on 138. There are substantial factors that affect traffic on state roads, of which we don't have control over, because it would be a violation of interstate commerce laws, both internally to the state and nationally. So again, URI is a majority, could argue has a large role to play in the in-traffic of 138, but it's not just the University of Rhode Island. And I think it would be an interesting analogy of what would happen to this economy if the University of Rhode Island went away. Because I've been
Jamie, I don't
involved
think
in
anyone's
those.
disparaging the university, but it is part of the equation, and I sometimes wonder when we have some of the traffic studies done, if some of the issues that we face with the university and the population don't necessarily translate into what might come out of the Institute of Traffic Engineers handbook. And I think that it's good that we've heard from folks tonight about the various issues that can and should be considered when we look at a project, because we often find ourselves, through no fault of our own, looking through a very narrow lens at some of these projects. And so you don't necessarily hear about the day-to-day issues that are part and parcel of the area. Let's see. Okay. I believe someone else wanted to speak? Oh, come, that's okay, come right up, but now is the time if you're gonna.
John Kelly. The first question I had to do with the annual cost, and that was answered, thank you. And the other two questions were, is this a private development or public? And my reason for asking that is because of the amenities. If it's private, then the amenities question goes away.
I believe it's a private development, but someone can propose anything they want to within a development. If they want to have a swimming pool or whatever, they can do that. We don't.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I mean, if it's private, fine. But am I not stating this correctly?
Madam Chair, if I can try and clarify. The proposed amenities at this facility are intended for the use by the residents, not the general public.
Oh, that's fine. But if this is a private development, then I don't care.
It is a private development.
Oh, then I'm fine.
It's not a municipal development.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? We've heard quite a bit of testimony tonight and from previous meetings. I guess the best thing would be to, again, most of the planning board members have spoken, but it would be helpful to go around the room and get the sentiment from board members, because I believe that timing-wise, the clock has run out and a decision is imminent, so it would be helpful to know what board members think. Some of them have already expressed that, but again, I'd like to go around the room and ask who wants to go first. Joe?
There's obviously a lot of issues at play here. My silence to date is really just based on contemplating all the pros and cons and the impacts here. But first, we need housing. South Kingstown needs housing. The state needs housing. There's no town in Rhode Island that is now affordable. Every town is unaffordable. And most of the legislation that we consider was in 2024, when the General Assembly passed a bunch of legislation trying to make housing more affordable. From my experience, things have just gotten worse since then. I've been involved in the rental business since 1984, so over 40 years, and I could tell you from my perspective, this feels different. This timing feels different. Things are broken. If you look at, and I'm not sure what they're going to be asking for the market rate, but it's probably somewhere around $2,800 a month or so. That works out to be, after taxes, probably close to $18 to $20 an hour for somebody that's working full-time. For a lot of us that are blessed in our finances and blessed on being a little further in life, that seems like an inconvenience. That seems like we hear the complaints, and it seems like it's a big hurdle people have to come over. But for our society has a really big dichotomy. And for somebody that is making $20 or $25 an hour, which is a very big part of our population. That's not a hurdle they have to come over. That's a brick wall they can't get through. I see it all the time. We need housing, and we need, South Kingstown has a goal of having 10% affordable housing. We're not even close to that. We're at 5.4 or whatever we're at. We're about half of that. We need a big project. And I say a big project because I am a big fan of inclusionary zoning, where affordable housing is mixed in with market rate. I see the impacts that it has to children. I see it as where they're trying to interact with their neighbors and their friends' parents, and the impacts it has on their life. I am not a big fan of 100% affordable. I personally would rather see a 300-unit development with 90 affordable units than a 90-unit development with 100%, just because of the impact it has on children and people that live there. So we need a project this big. So then the question comes, if we need a project this big, and it is part of our goals, where do we put it? And what's a better place? I understand the impacts to the neighbors. I think that there is impacts to the neighbors. I'm not sure that we could find a location in this town that wouldn't have impact. We're not going to get 300 units in one of those schools, and I'm not even sure that that would be the best location, even if we could. So overall, I think there's a lot of positives to that. I don't believe that this is going to be really attractive to URI students. I think there probably will be some URI students there, but I don't think it's really attractive to URI students. And even if there is some URI students, is that really so bad? Every time we have a unit that maybe is occupied by a couple units, that frees up a single family that in South Kingstown or Narragansett that otherwise they'd be renting. And we need those too. So freeing those up is not necessarily a bad thing. There's pros and cons to that. I think that if we didn't have that as industrial space, we'd be looking at that as a very good, ideal location for residential. It has sewer, it has water, it has public transportation. All those things, when you think about housing, those infrastructure that you need for it. I do have concern that we have limited industrial space. I do have concern that the density you're proposing is extremely high. The comprehensive permit process gives us guidelines that when you do affordable housing, 25%, that you can get 5 additional units per acre. You're way above that. You're way, way above that. There's no doubt about that. I'm not sure what that 5%, 5 additional units is guidance or by right. But when we go beyond that, as you have, I think that gives us more leverage to the planning board to look at the balance of the pros and cons to the community and the neighboring areas. So with that, I'm glad to hear you being willing to compromise and go more than 25%, go to 30%, and to maybe extend those years out, because that's also going to be important to us if we have a long range. So I appreciate your compromise there. I do still believe that density is high. I think that your compromise to reduce the number of units is something that we should consider. I did not have confidence in your professional who gave testimony that there would only be 9 students. I think from my own experience, as well as some other testimony provided by others, there's going to be more than 9 students there. So I personally would like to see maybe taking you up on that, going down to 275, 280, the 30%, the split between 30 and 40 years. Maybe using some of that reduction to support a little more green space or maybe a little more parking. The comprehensive permit process allows you to go down to one parking place per unit. I can tell you when you have market rates, you're going to need more than 1 car for a 2-bedroom apartment. So I'd like to see us take advantage of that compromise, maybe increase the parking a little bit, increase the green space. But with that said, I think that the pros outweigh the cons, and I'm in support of this project.
Thanks, Joe. Who wants to go next? Armin?
The state legislature, which is obviously people that residents have elected, have decided that affordability of low and moderate income housing is a requirement. So we're obligated to follow the statute that's created this situation. It's typical, though, for any community not to want any changes. But if there were no changes, we would not be a prosperous country that we are today. We hear a lot about AI now, the concerns there are. The unknown is what's the big boogeyman. We don't know what's going to happen. But we can't go forward fearing any change. Initially, when I saw this project, I thought it was too big. I didn't like some of the configuration of the units, because I grew up in Providence, where the bright ideas many, many years ago was to build these housing developments for low-income people that turned out to be catastrophic. But then Providence got some insight and decided to revamp rundown areas and make them smaller units that were occupied by the residents. And it's amazing when you have some so-called skin in the game that people have a different attitude towards where they live. They're willing to reduce the number of units, increase the number of affordability. And if we look at what the statute says, we really don't have much choice, because I've read some of the appeals. And as I've indicated to some of the people, if we turn this down, I will wager some money that we would lose the appeal. Now, I know it's not what everyone wants to hear, but our duty as a planning board is not to micromanage the town. It's to look forward with a vision as to how this town should grow, because it's going to grow. People no longer have the attitude that you're going to drive all the way to Providence, like we used to say, you're going to go all the way to Woonsocket. You know, those days are over. You know, too much is happening. People want improvements, and I think South Kingston is on the cusp of becoming a very vibrant, lively, and prosperous community, as long as we let certain things go forward. I can understand your reluctance to say, don't have any change, Like I say, I grew up in Providence. As a young child, I could run across the major street that my house was on. I wouldn't risk that today, because there's too much that's changed. Is it changed for the better? No, if you look back to what my neighborhood was when I grew up, it hasn't changed for the better. But there were reasons for that, and if you look forward, you can see why change has to go forward. So, based on their concessions, I am fully supporting this application. And you have to understand that if it's turned down, you're going to get something worse than what they're willing to do.
Thanks, Armand. Who'd like to go next? Robin?
I've said a lot over the course of the meetings. I'm not going to say it all again. I've never said that change is bad. I don't know why we're bringing that up as if we're trying to prevent change. But monstrosities huge change, is very disruptive, and really depletes the excellence of living in this town because it is quiet and it's rural and historical. And a huge change like this, you don't have to accept a monstrous change just to say, I'm avoiding not changing.
Thanks. Liz?
Let me say that I do appreciate the concessions that you've made going from 311 down to 275. I thank you for that. It would be very helpful in making a decision on this project if I had some idea of what the impact might be of that reduction. Would it be less height? Would it be smaller buildings? And I know that you're not prepared at this time to make that decision or to let us know that decision. But if you could give us any inklings of what you think that the 30 less units how they might impact the project, it would be significant for me to know that. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Again, Jonathan Fox for the record. We've not yet had the time to do the necessary work to make a determination, as we said before, of exactly where we would look to cut down the units. But regardless of how we do it, there have got to be significant benefits that would accrue to the property. It would likely be either one or the other, or some combination of the two, of potentially eliminating a building altogether, which would open up additional green space or parking somewhere along the way, or it would be reducing the height, potentially, of one or more buildings, or some combination along the two. We do not contemplate significantly larger units. Actually, I think our units are pretty good size for what the needs of the community are currently. We undertook an extensive market study in looking to come up with our original proposals. So while we're not prepared to make any specific commitments regarding what it would look like, it's likely to be some combination of what I just mentioned. I hope that's helpful.
Susan?
Liz, are you all done? I have gone both ways on this project, depending on which day of the week you ask me. Either I hate its guts, or I'm okay with it. And it really depends, because I'm really torn on this project. The Rhode Island legislature has forced our hands to build a lot of housing in this town, especially in vicinities to what they call a metro hub, which is West Kingston train station. And I look at a 300-unit building and wonder if I'd prefer 300 single-family houses sprawled across our turf farms. And that's not, I think, a choice that any of us would make. If we do indeed need housing, and we do indeed need affordable housing, as distasteful as the density and the size and the mass and the scale of this is, I prefer that it be, I think, fairly attractively designed with amenities for the residents. And it appears that there, at this point in time, at least, there are some responsible property owners who will maintain that property and, keep the riffraff out. Then I would prefer 300 houses sprawled across all of our farms and our turf fields. And if we need to build housing, especially near the train stations, I feel like we're getting like a little gold star for this one that will help us fight that really bad one that comes our way. And I appreciate the less dense, less scale that you're considering giving us, as well as the additional affordable units. But because of Rhode Island legislation, we really don't have a choice. If we follow the law, when I joined the planning board, I had come here after fighting a project in my neighborhood, and I really thought that a bunch of angry neighbors with pitchforks could affect change. but we are more like a jury that has to look at the facts of the cases and make our decisions based on how our ordinances and our subdivision regulations are drawn up. And in some cases, we simply don't have discretion to just like or dislike. That's just not part of what we get to do. So for me, at this point, I would potentially vote in favor of this project because I appreciate the concessions that are being made, even though I'm really sorry to the neighbors who this will impact. I just don't feel like I have a whole lot of discretion to say no just because I don't think I get to say no on this project. And I also, and Armand mentioned it also, is that we've had projects in the past that we denied. They sued in Superior Court. Our decision was overturned, and what we'll get in exchange is going to be a lot worse than what we could have had if we just said yes. And so that threat is always part, I think, of our decision-making, is that threat of how we'll lose some of our affordable units, we'll go back to 311 or even whatever. That risk is a gamble I don't know if I feel like taking. So that's where I stand.
Thanks, Susan. Caper?
I think that I agree with everything that everyone has said. But I do want to say that I also appreciate some of the materials that we received tonight to help evaluate the decision. I have always struggled with the density of this project. But I think that we have no choice. We have no choice. The needs that are there exist, and I will reluctantly support this project. And I agree with everybody else's hesitations and concerns. And I also want to thank the developer for putting in their submission that so nicely summarized many of the things that have come before us, because it's been difficult to listen and think about this difficult project and remember all of the details when it's been so prolonged and such a challenge. So if you don't like the decision, I suggest you try to change the legislation. And I do wish that our notice was better. I think that it would be more appropriate for the people coming to a public hearing to have a better understanding of what is the decision that's going to be made and what are the factors that are going to have to be considered and what are the burdens of proof. Because it's not just how we feel about our town or how we feel about our neighborhood. It's how we're going to deal with a lot of the problems of society. And I've said way too much because I just want to reinforce what everybody else said.
Thanks, Gaper. I do agree with much of what has been said by fellow board members. We have had to approve projects in the past that were comprehensive permits that were either not a good fit, overly dense, negative impacts on the town. And we are always living with, as Susan said, and Armand mentioned, the threat that if this is appealed, we will lose, because we have in the past. And when we lose, we cannot implement any of the requirements that may have been in a motion, which is problematic, because sometimes if you have enough of them, if you have enough requirements, you can make a project better. I'm not sure that in this case, given the motion that we have, that can happen. I do appreciate the applicant making some headway in terms of the number of years of affordability and reducing the number of units. I would feel better if, as Liz said, I could see a rough site plan and see what the changes would be. I still feel very strongly that the businesses, the industrial businesses, are not being treated fairly. And I fear that there will be problems because, as we've heard, they involve different hours of operation, noise, trucks, and so on, and they will then move on, and those areas will become vacant or become more housing. I have concerns, as I've had since, probably 10 years, going back when the General Assembly has taken it upon themselves without necessarily representing the whole of the state in terms of urban areas should be treated the same as suburban and rural areas. And they have made blanket changes, some of which, having heard from our reps, they have not had any choice in the matter because if it's housing legislation, they've been told they have to pass it. I fear that some of these changes, which started with doing away with quorums for planning board. 2 people can vote to approve something. Timeframes were reduced from 90 days to 60 days. There's so much that has happened every single year to take away what has been considered barriers to affordable housing. But doing away with local regulations, I don't believe is the way to do it. And I don't know if the applicant would be willing to share with us a revised plan that we could maybe feel more comfortable with. But if that's not the case, then I would not support this. So. And I do want to say that I do believe that I have local knowledge. I've lived on Route 138 for over 25 years. The traffic, the safety issues, those are major and they've gotten worse, much worse. I don't think that a lot of the things that are incorporated into this are in conformance with our comprehensive plan. So that's all I have to say. Jamie?
Just, Madam Chair, listening to a few of the comments of the planning board members, I know staff prepared a memo to the planning board. We also included a motion in the favorable manner after reviewing the comprehensive permit law and consultation with our legal counsel from Orsillo and Tights. Hearing comments from both the chair and from Liz Carp, you do have a motion. It contains 4 conditions. We would recommend a 5th condition, which I have a handout on that. The 5th condition deals with the affordability side and the potential change from 30 years to 40 years and changing from 25 to 30 years. And I have a handout for that. I'm also recommending to you, short of getting a revised site plan, as Maria has suggested, that if the planning board was going to act in a favorable manner, we added an additional condition. And I'll just read that, and I'm sure we can wordsmith that, because I was doing this as people were speaking, and Liz got me to thinking about this. Item number 6 is that the applicant shall review the proposed architecture submitted as part of the master plan and adjust the proposed architecture to incorporate additional coastal New England style architecture through the use of material and additional fenestration, and submit revised plans as part of their preliminary plan submission. In addition, the reduction of units from 311 to 275 units shall be considered in the reorientation of buildings/units in a manner to reduce the project in scale while maintaining a high standard of architectural vernacular. So again, it's an attempt to address some of the comments. I know it's a little bit wordy. I'm not asking you to weigh in it, and as I was reading it, I actually changed a few of the words I wrote. But short of the site plan that Maria was suggesting, this at least gets some of your thoughts on paper for them to at least be put on notice that your expectations are that at preliminary, if this project moves forward, that you're expecting this to occur. And to Mr. Fox's point, whether it's a reduction of a floor, the reduction of the size of a building, the additional architectural fenestration, there are mechanisms and ways to potentially reduce scale and orientation of the buildings because they're reducing the units. And just so everyone's aware, I think Liz kind of touched upon it, and I wrote it on the back of one of my pages. Sorry. Building number 1 is proposed to have 27 units or average of 9 units per floor. Buildings 2 and 3 are proposed for 60 units, which you would say averages 15 per floor. Building number 4 is 44 units, and I think that was also 4 floors, so we'll say just over 11 units per floor. Building 5 was 60 units, 15 units per floor, and building 6 was 60 units or 15 units per floor. If they reduce their total of units by 36, you're looking at, it's potentially a floor, a building, or it's the reduction to what Mr. Fox says, potentially of a building. So there is an opportunity with that reduction of 311 to 275 to work on the site and reorientate or reconfigure some of the building and building layouts.
So if we are going to be discussing the motion, then we should close the public hearing. Would someone like to make a motion to do so?
So moved.
We have a motion from Joe, a second from Liz. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. And Jamie, I'm assuming that there will not be an opportunity to see a site plan because the applicant didn't jump up and come to the podium.
We just don't have time to do that.
So, Madam Chair, I do have the language for the change of the percentage from 25 to 30, as well as the 30 years to 40 years. I just have it based on 311 units. I have done the math if it were reduced to 275, which I think the planning board is looking at taking up the applicant's suggestion of reducing the density to 275. So I can pass this out so you at least have the paragraph for the language, and then I can walk you through the changes to the numbers.
Jamie, can I also ask you, please, about item number 4?
Okay.
On the conditions of approval?
And I'll just read item number 4, Susan. As part of the deferred finding associated with impacts, required finding 45-53-4D2 III-E4, the applicant shall submit a landscape plan that addresses appropriate plant material choices as it relates to quantity, size, and species that adequately address the issues associated with screening, buffers, and development scale. I can explain that to you, what my expectations are.
And that's for preliminary?
That's at preliminary. So again, understanding that they're proposing 2, 3, and 4-story buildings, that our subdivision regulations basically accept a 1-inch caliber tree. This planning board, in my 5-year plus dealing with them, have never accepted anything under 2 to 2.5-inch caliber, but that's typically for 2 and 3-story discussions. Given the density of this, I had discussed with the applicant of increasing species counts, quantities, as well as increasing caliber count. It's an easier discussion for a caliber count with deciduous trees, and deciduous are your canopy trees, maples, oaks, sugar maples, varieties of former elm trees. It is exponential on the evergreen side. So again, it's a subject for discussion, but the expectations were that the landscape plan they showed you as a draft would be supplemented with additional quantity, species, and also caliper size or height of plant material to start. Again, a 59, to Maria's point earlier about the request to go from a 40-foot height to a 59-foot height, you would not put a 1-inch caliber 10-foot tall tree in front of a 59. I would not recommend doing that in front of a 59-foot tall building. You should be 3.5, and almost 4-inch caliber trees in front of that. So you'd be at 18 or 20. They mature relatively, within 20 years you'd be at 40 to 50 feet tall. And there are varieties that you could plant within 20 years that will be 50 to 60 feet tall, starting out at 2.5 to 3-inch caliber.
Just want to mention that we were going to go until 10:30, so if we want to continue, we need a motion.
I'll make a motion to continue.
Motion from Susan, is there a second? Second from Liz. Any further comment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. One abstention, one nay. So let's try to continue on and get this finished.
So Jamie, I also want to ask, in the reduction of the number of units, do we also need to articulate in this master plan approval that the size of the apartments won't increase proportionally, so that, I know that they stated that the footprints wouldn't, the apartment footprints wouldn't change, but do we need to articulate that in our motion?
I think what the applicant said is they have no intention to substantially change any of the footprints they're proposing. Again, and I'll defer to council, I'm not sure you can set a square foot minimum on the units at this stage.
So I think that because there's a little bit of a question on what the changes are going to be about more green space, more parking, architectural features, that the language that Jamie suggested captured that, and that it wasn't going to increase the scale. I'm sorry, the reduction in the units would result in a decreased scale of the project. But beyond those details, I don't think we could specify exactly how that's going to cash out.
So, Madam Chair, if I can, with the relationship of the units, if I can go through the handout that I gave you, just so the planning board is consistent. So I'm just going to read the paragraph again and put in the correct numbers based on my understanding of what the applicant proposed. This approval is based on and includes a condition that 30% or 83 units of the 275 proposed units shall be deed restricted for rental households earning a maximum of 80% of the area median income, and that 57% of the affordable units, 42, shall be deed restricted for a period of 30 years, and 50% of the affordable units, i.e. 41 units, shall be deed restricted for a period of 40 years. Then the language remains the same for the rest of that. But that's the adjustment to the numbers. And it's an odd number if you divide the 275 by 50% and then you do the 50% of that 50%, you come out to having to round things off. That's why I just, for simplification and discussion purposes, put the 42 for 30 years and 41 for 40 years.
Peter, based on what you just said about not being able to say anything about the size of the units won't substantially change, if we don't put some framework on the size of the unit, couldn't we be losing all that we have gained by the reduction of the number of units, or a partial gain of the reduction of the number of units? Is there some language we can use that puts some boundaries around the size of the units?
So I mean, if you wanted to, you could use language that reflected the language that was used by the applicant. Would not result in a substantial change in the size of the units. Of course, it's not specifically defined what a substantial change is, leaves a little wiggle room. But I think that seems, yeah, it gives the applicant direction of what you're looking for.
Madam Chair, if I could address that. In that paragraph I read earlier, we could revise the last sentence in that statement. The reduction of the units from 311 to 275 units shall be considered in the reorientation of the building/units in an effort to reduce the scale of the project while maintaining a high standard of architectural vernacular. There should be no substantial change to the square footage of the units proposed at master plan. I'm actually, Susan, I'm reading the motion right now to make sure that's clear that
Proportionally.
if you are entertaining this as a favorable motion, the motion is for 275 units, not 311. So if you give us a moment. So again, Madam Chair, simply in the language I gave you for the paragraph associated with the 30% affordable and the 30 years and the 40 years, I would just adjust the first sentence that says, this approval is based on the applicant's revised unit count of 275 proposed units and includes a condition that 30% or 83 units of the 275 proposed units shall be deed restricted, etc. And if you would like, I could print this out. It would take a moment, but if you feel more comfortable reading it, I can print this page out.
Not to be picky, but if you were to look at the motion, the first paragraph of the motion, where you change the 311 to 275, in fact, you have 6 buildings. Wouldn't it be more accurate to say 5 or 6 buildings?
We don't know that, though.
But we don't know it's 6 buildings either.
Or number to be determined.
How about no more than
Is
6?
that too vague?
No more than 6.
5 or 6.
But again, I'll ask you this question. Suppose they took a bigger building and made it into 2 smaller buildings, so there's actually 7, but they're smaller. I don't want... Right, I think the language that we're suggesting covers it, that you're looking for a reduction of the massing and scale of the project to reflect the reduction from 311 units to 275.
Why don't you say that then in the findings or some other place? Right, exactly. Why don't you just,
Reduction of massing, or?
I think you have to first, that's going to reduce the scale, and then you're not going to increase the size of the units. So if you don't mention the number of buildings.
just repeat that with your mic on?
I was just saying, I think you could, that's a good suggestion. Just don't mention the number of buildings, and you have other ways to limit the size of the development. Yeah.
Unfortunately, we've closed the public hearing, so the board is now deliberating on the motion before us, and then we'll be voting, but this is master plan, so the project will be back at the preliminary stage of review with a public hearing as well.
So, Madam Chair, if I may, one more point. So the motion in the first paragraph, the South Kingstown Planning Board hereby approves the application for optional master plan approval for the Lost at Fairground subdivision project for 275 unit residential development located at 132 Fairgrounds Road. So we just eliminated discussion of 6 units. The plan shows 6, but again, you have language asking for that massing to be reduced or addressed.
Jamie, I assume you've already been asked this, but is it possible that we get a extension, knowing that the majority of the board appears to be favorable, to give you the opportunity to write a favorable motion that addresses the things discussed tonight? Is that possible?
And I just want to add something, despite my vote. I almost feel as though if we had had a work session that we could discuss this at and look at possible layouts and concessions, it might have been productive, but I realize we've closed the public hearing and so on. But I
Madam
understand
Chair,
what Joe's saying.
Just to address Joe's concern, if the applicant's willing, they could do that. But even if they weren't, the act that stops the clock, so to speak, is your vote. So even if you voted and said, we have 4 members that want to approve, and in the same motion, we direct staff to come back with a draft of the decision with the conditions written up so that you can wordsmith them, that would meet the time clock.
The next time we get together here is in 2 weeks. That's right. We could possibly, I would think, we could vote on a motion then. I think it's pretty clear where the board's going. I don't think we necessarily need a whole new set of drawings and renderings, all that type of stuff. What we need is a clear motion that identifies the issues that we discussed tonight and the compromises made. That's it. I'm not necessarily a whole set of new drawings, just a clear motion. Is that possible to give us 2 weeks so we can have a clear motion to vote on this?
So I think it would have to be a continuance to draft a decision to approve with vague conditions, because in theory, you could come back and they could be other conditions that we haven't discussed tonight. So I think we would accept, well, is that okay with you? Or do you want to get it? Well, just... You should put your mic on, though. I can't hear you.
I think we have enough from what Jamie's already told us for number 5 and number 6 to be able to paraphrase it, if that's okay, Peter, to take a vote on what our intent is.
Yeah.
I think you could, and even if you wanted to, because Jamie's been good enough to draft up the conditions and read them, you could just say, we approve with the conditions that were submitted by staff prior to the meeting, and with the additional conditions that have been written by Jamie, reserving the right to take a look at the way it's actually drafted up, if that's what the board decides to do.
That would be acceptable if we have a motion to approve, and then, to clean up the decision is fine. I mean, that happens all the time. I'm not concerned about that. I just want to be clear that it's the conditions that we've been talking about tonight, none others, and that it's a motion to approve. That's what we'd like to see tonight.
Peter, rather than just saying the additional motions drafted by staff, should we give some context to what the subject of that, like, would we say that the motion number 6 dealing with the architecture and the scale of the buildings? I mean, would we in some way frame what number 6 is, or just leave it open-ended?
I mean, you could do a couple of different things. You could just have Jamie read it when the motion's made.
I like it.
Or you could just have him read it when the motion's made, and then just tell him to change it.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to ask another question. We have a chart in our travel sheet here that has how many one-bedrooms and how many studios. Do we need to change that proportionally in any way, or reference that at this point? Since that will change too, since the number of overall units is changing?
We have language in the approval that says the proportionality of the units needs to remain, regardless of the scale, whether it went, up, down, lower, that proportionality of studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, ... remains proportional throughout the development. So again, if they're proposing 100 studios, I'm just going to use 300 as around 100 studios, 100 1-bedroom, 100, their proportionalities are 33, 33, 33. You apply that to that number of 275.
Where is that condition, Jamie?
Why can't we just direct staff to write the memo for approval, and then have the memo in front of everyone at the work session, and then have the formal vote? Is that... We've done that before, just wondering.
You could do that. I think the only complicating factor is the time clock.
Mm-hmm.
So, you could either say, we approved with the decisions that were discussed tonight, subject to a written decision being discussed at the work session. That would take care of the time clock. Or the applicant could grant the extension, but I don't think they're willing to do that. So it would either be, we vote to approve with the decisions discussed, or you just read out subject to reviewing it at the work session, or you just have Jamie read out the decisions.
What do people feel comfortable with, so we can... Almost 11 o'clock.
Truthfully, I feel comfortable with a clear motion. I think 2 weeks is very reasonable for both the board and for the applicant. If we don't have a clear motion, and then I don't necessarily have the findings to find this project approved, and I may reject it.
I think what we're just doing is asking for a commitment that you're approving the project with the conditions that were discussed. This happens all the time, where the planning staff writes the decision after the fact based on your discussion. So that's all we're looking for.
So just speaking for myself, I mean, I have every intent of approving this based upon my understanding. But there is questions that have come up that maybe my understanding is not correct.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you decided that you're not going to have the same proportion. Maybe you're going to have all 3-bedroom apartments or 2-bedroom apartments. And you're only going to reduce to one bedroom. I don't think that's your intent, but what I'm looking for is a clear motion so that I can have the findings I need to approve the project.
Understood, and that's why I'm asking Jamie where he's getting that from, because I don't see that in the conditions for approval. I could be wrong.
And Madam Chair, and to address Joe's point, I get where you're coming from, but, you know, just being fair to the applicant too, if the vote is going to be 4-3, you know, if somebody couldn't make a meeting that week or something happened, so, you know, obviously their thought is it's this close, we want to just lock it down as soon as we can. But then again, you know, that's for them to consider whether they'll grant the extension or not.
With regard, if I may, with regard to the last conversation about unit distribution, we're supposed to provide at preliminary plan, floor plans showing the actual physical location and unit numbers for each affordable apartment, as well as a written narrative or table providing unit information for each building, including unit numbers, number of bedrooms, square footage, and whether the unit is affordable or market rate. So that is deferred to preliminary plan under these conditions that were acceptable to us.
Well, generally, we do not vote on something that's unclear. What sometimes happens is if there's some minor detail that needs to be sorted out by the administrative officer, we'll make a motion and have that minor detail be part of, you know, going forward. But again, it's up to what,
She's saying they never committed to that.
well, this is kind of late to be bringing that up.
What am I saying?
That
We have a
the chart,
We have a chart in our package here.
Right, that's not
Says
part of your
which
motion.
buildings, how many floors, which buildings, how many floors, how many studios?
Right, that's not part
it's
of the
not
motion.
part of the motion, no,
I'm looking at the motion that you're considering.
because the motion, yeah.
Oh, that's true.
And I think it is, I mean, I think the three extra conditions are 275 units, 30 years to 40 years with a 15%, and going from 25% to 30%. Those are the only things we're talking about. Everything else we agreed to.
The
There's
motion
noth-
starts on page 5, and that chart is on page 2. But, Jamie, do you want to weigh in on the,
So I think there's two
Rationale for the
factors
chart?
associated with that. They gave you a representative kind of unit distribution between studio, one bedroom, and two bedrooms. So there's a unit count that correlates to parking counts, but parking is based on unit, not per bedrooms. In the language we're proposing, we're requiring proportionality of all affordable units to whatever scale they have. You also included new language that said you need to reduce the scale and massing of the project. So they couldn't come to you and say, we're going to keep the same building envelopes and just put 275 units in the same building envelopes we have, because that wouldn't be reducing the scale and massing. So I think the language from my perspective is relatively clear, and I hope the applicant understands that you're reducing unit count by 36 units. So we'll just use a number that each unit is 1,000 square feet. You are reducing the project by 36,000 square feet, plus or minus. And I think we have the language in there to that effect. Now, if it ends up being 34,000 because they need to reconfigure in a stairwell or common space changes or a courtyard element, I think that's an architectural component to be discussed at preliminary. But I'm relatively comfortable with the understanding that there's proportionality of whatever the distribution of units are between studio, one bedroom, two bedroom, They're also proportionate with regards to the affordability, and that at preliminary, there will be a reduction in massing and scale to reflect the reduction of 36 units. You know, again, we can clean up that language if the planning board, I understand exactly what your expectations are. I think the client understands that, and if working with counsel after the motion to clarify that with a sentence, I'm sure Mr. Schwartz would say that can be done.
Well, it's important that people feel comfortable with it, although a master plan is very general in nature. If there are specific things that you want to see at preliminary or don't want to lose, then now's the time to add the language, or let Jamie add the language, but be clear about what you'd like to see.
And I just want to be clear, we do want some limited flexibility, because I'm not sure I totally understand what Jamie is suggesting, but we want some limited flexibility on changing bedrooms per unit. It's not going to be like we're going to put all 3 bedrooms or all studios, but because we have to reconfigure buildings, there might be some, not substantive changes, but there may be some changes. So, and that's the way the motion read, so that's the way I understood it.
So I guess it's up to somebody to make a motion as amended. Go ahead. Liz?
I'll make the motion.
We have a motion for approval to the amended motion from Liz. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second from Armand. Any further discussion?
Do you want more detail? Do you want me to give you more detail on this motion?
Jamie?
I think we should.
Peter?
If you're comfortable, you can put the detail in now. You could ask Jamie to read the conditions.
Jamie, would you read the conditions? At least 5 and 6?
Just for clarity, I'll read 1 through 6.
Okay.
Because again, those I will predicate the conditions on the fact that you are no longer entertaining a 311 unit project. You are contemplating a 275 unit project. Conditions of approval, item 1. All findings deferred to preliminary plan in accordance with Rhode Island General Laws, Section 4553, 4D, 2, IIIC, as outlined in the findings of fact number 4 above, shall be thoroughly addressed as part of the applicant's preliminary plan submission as follows. The submissions of floor plans for each building showing the actual physical location unit numbers for each affordable apartment. A written narrative, or this is B, a written narrative or table providing unit information for each building, including unit numbers, number of bedrooms, square footages, and whether the unit is affordable or market rate. C, fully engineered site plans and drainage calculations for the development stormwater management systems. D, a draft stormwater maintenance plan and agreement appropriate for future recording in the land evidence records following final plan approval. E, fully engineered site plan showing all vehicular and pedestrian circulation throughout the development, including all relevant striping, signage, turning radii, and sightlines, including sightlines along the public right-of-way on Fairgrounds Road while exiting the development. F, building plans for non-residential buildings or spaces showing all proposed accessory uses. G, a proposed construction schedule discussing the sequence and estimated timetable for construction and occupancy of each building. Construction schedule shall also include a phasing if proposed. Item 2, the applicant may not reduce or decrease the amount of green space that is depicted on the site plan that was submitted as part of the master plan application phase. Therefore, any green/turf areas may not be diminished in scale and are reallocated to support any storm water management infrastructure, or other project infrastructure except for recreational amenities, trash enclosures, or HVAC units, and therefore will remain as turfed areas accessible to and for the enjoyment of the future residents of the project. 3, the applicant shall submit draft language to be placed in future leases and/or sale documentations disclosing that the fact that the residential project is located in the middle of an industrial area and that normal operations associated with industrial uses in the area could impact the enjoyment/character of the unit and/or project. Final language to be approved by the planning board in consultation with the administrative officer and the board's legal counsel. 4, as part of the deferred finding with impacts required finding 4553 4D2 III-E4, the applicant shall submit a landscape plan that addresses appropriate plant material choices as relates to quantity, size, and species that adequately addresses the issues associated with screening, buffering, and development scale. 5, this approval is based on and includes a condition that 30% of the 275 proposed units, and includes a condition that 30% or 83 units of the 275 proposed units shall be deed restricted for rental households earning a maximum of 80% of the area median income, AMI, and that 50% of the affordable units, i.e. 42 units, shall be deed restricted for a period of 30 years, and 50% of the affordable units, i.e. 41 units, shall be deed restricted for a period of 40 years. All proposed deed restricted affordable units shall be proportionally located within the project's proposed buildings. The affordable units shall also be evenly distributed with regards to bedroom typology, i.e. proportionally split between studios, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, ... bedroom units. 6, the applicant shall review the proposed architecture submitted as part of the master plan and adjust the proposed architecture to incorporate additional coastal New England style architecture through the use of materials and additional fenestration, and submit revised plans as part of the preliminary plan submission. The reduction of units from 311 to 275 shall be considered in the reorientation, I'm going to add the words, and reduction of massing of the buildings/units to a reduction in scale of the project while maintaining a high standard of architectural vernacular. There shall be no substantial change in the square footage of the units proposed at master plan.
Is that it, Jamie?
That is it.
So we should have a vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Abstentions? 1. Nays? 2. And I want to just say for the record that it is my opinion that we, as a community, have recently approved 2 projects at South County Commons, Fieldstone Farm, Broad Rock, Champagne Heights, and so we have approved projects that have an affordable housing component. Whether or not that pertains to significant progress in implementing its housing plans is up to, I don't know who to decide, but I do believe that the local concerns have been affected by the relief granted to this project, specifically traffic impact, circulation, impact to adjacent industrial buildings, insufficient parking, inadequate green space, and in addition, testimony from members of the public who've testified in relation to environment, climate change, and engineering, who have significant background in these areas. Motion carries. Oh,
Madam Chair, on clarity of the vote, are there
2
5?
nays, 1 abstention.
So 4 in favor,
Correct.
2 against, and Mr. Murphy abstained?
Oh,
You
I
voted
thought you
4?
abstained.
All right, so 5
Okay,
4,
so it's 5.
2 against,
Yes.
no
5 to 2.
abstentions.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right. To wrap up our agenda this evening, we need a member for TRC February 11th. Is there anyone who is available?
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I can do it.
Susan is volunteered to
I'll do TRC.
TRC member. Motion to
Good job checking
adjourn.
off those boxes, folks. Great job. Always nice to know we're listened to as a community. You don't even know what year it is.
Motion to adjourn. Liz? So moved. Second from Joe. All those in favor say aye. Meeting adjourned.